Chat room. Oh, hello, mine chat. How are we today? I hope you're all doing very well. It's good to see you all. I'm early today. I'm very early today. Hi. I'm just grabbing my coffee here. Here, you can look at my big dumb face. We can make that happen. Hi, everyone. It's so good to see you all. Hi. God, my shadows. All up on this bitch. Just all the time. There's no fixing it. Light here, light down there. There's no fixing it. There's no fixing the shadows in my office. Like, literally, shadows just surround me because I am the goth girl crow queen. It's insane. Does a bag of Doritos, or wait. I'm fat. Does a bag of Oreos and a giant glass of milk count as hydration? I'm into it. Did you bring enough for the rest of the class? Why, Shield? Thank you so much for resubbing. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much.
40 months.
I just thought that we would sit in chat for a minute, and I have this coffee that I'm gonna drink. And we could just groove for a moment. How's everybody doing? What are you guys up to? We're gonna get to the true crime stuff. We're gonna get back to the court footage and crocheting this scarf ASAP. But yeah, I just wanted to get in here. I can't believe that I started before 8 p.m. today. 8 p.m. is my target time, and I almost never start until after 9 lately, which is garbage. And we always end at midnight. Like, it's a hard rule for me that I have to end at midnight. Well, I say that like I don't go past midnight a bunch, but it's a hard rule for me that I have to end as close to midnight as is reasonable. Just got an ad to be a police officer. I've thought about that a lot. I feel like I would be a really good cop that would get fucking murdered or fired for not putting up with people's corruption. My response to people asking if someone brought enough for the class, my immediate response is the class can buy their own. Been forced to the office for this week. I'm so sorry to hear that, Anton. Does it make you feel better? Why are you the only one wearing a mask? That sucks. Everywhere I go, people are still wearing masks everywhere, and it makes me really happy. It's a little bit annoying for me because I was waiting to see like what the data would say 2 weeks from lifting the mask mandates before I decided whether or not I was going to keep wearing masks. But I think that while we still have the cancer scare going on and stuff like that, I just am going to sorry, not me, or just I am not trying to fear attention seek. I don't know what to say. Josiah's mother has cancer, and she has some operations on the way to get it taken care of. This is her second time with it. And for now, since that's going to be fucking with her immune system, we're gonna keep masks going. Even though I know that the masks really don't help the people wearing them as much as they help the people like that would. I'm just done explaining it. We're gonna keep wearing masks for a while. I see masks everywhere still, just not where I have to be close proximity to other people. That fucking sucks, Anton. Well, good on you for staying strong. I feel like I would have a really hard time in that environment being the only person wearing a mask, but like just out of embarrassment, like, or not even embarrassment, because I wouldn't be embarrassed to be wearing a mask, just like out of like anxiety of what, I don't know. It's hard. You have to wear them. Even a cold here operation will be pushed back. I feel like this this pandemic has forever changed the way that I feel about those masks. Whenever I used to see people out wearing masks, I was just like, wow, that's overkill. Like, you don't need to do that. But like now, I think anytime I feel even slightly under the weather, I will be masking up, even if we're 6 years past COVID. There hasn't been a single COVID case in 100 years, and I'm immortal. I will be wearing a mask anytime I don't feel well. Because it's just the right fucking thing to do. It's just the right thing to do. And anybody who, I have to say it, anybody who's out there talking about how you're letting fear rule you because you're wearing a mask is the most insecure, spoon-fed fucking idiot that you know. Like, if anybody you know is saying, you let fear rule you, I'm not gonna let fear rule me, then you are doxy legally allowed to fart directly in their mouth. Do you think that would be an assault if you did that? Do you think it would be an assault if you farted in somebody's mouth and they called the cops? We just had a headline saying there was a diagnosis of an even more contagious Omicron variant in St. Louis. Sick. Legally, yes, that's assault, yes. Okay, but worth it, right? Right? I feel like worth it. Anyway, Anton, if you need help farting in your coworkers' mouths, let me know a day in advance so that I can eat a bunch of broccoli and I will be there. I will be there for you. We will fart in all these fools' mouths. Yo! If they can't catch me, I'm undetectable here. I did stop wearing masks at my jobs. It was a tough decision, but it's very difficult to work over a stove with a mask, and at least I work in the back around just a few people. I still mask up when I go other places, though. I feel like that's perfectly reasonable. Like, I hope you don't think that I'm, like, judging you. The fact of the matter is, if any of your coworkers get COVID, the rest of you are gonna, like, you're gonna be at the same amount of risk whether you're wearing a mask or not. Does that make sense? Like, there's kind of nothing that you can do about that. When you're, like, if you are forced to be in proximity with people. I let fear ruin my life. I wear a bulletproof vest 24/7, even in the shower while wearing a mask and hazmat suits. Bruh. Sometimes my anxiety do be like that, though. Like, I remember one time I was having an anxiety attack and I Googled, should I get a pacemaker just in case? Literally. That's a true story that I wish was not true and that I wish I hadn't told you. I don't even have heart problem. Like, my heart is really, really healthy. I used to, there were scares surrounding my heart back when I was a BMI of 17, weighing like around 90 pounds at 5'1", which really is not that skinny when you think about it, but with all of my other habit, like I had drug habits, I had the anorexia going, that was really cool. Yeah, I had heart concerns, and so ever since then I've just been very, very paranoid about my heart health. I was just about to get some work done on the script I was working on. Yo, take your time. I'm still editing my gear shifting video. You are under no pressure. Like, sincerely, I can't tell you how little pressure you're under, Quinn. No worries. I'm happy to see you. How are you? I wear a mask when I have bad public anxiety. Hell yeah. Is that chocolate milk or regular milk? It's coffee. I just, God, there's a whole new batch of people in here. and you're all gonna fucking judge me so hard. But I like powdered creamer. I'm a coffee snob. I like good coffee, but I like powdered non-dairy creamer and a fuckload of it. Like, however much you think is appropriate, I want you to quadruple that and then quadruple that. Hello, Tiny Ween 420. Everybody make sure that Tiny Ween 420 feels welcome. That's their first chat. Hi, how are you? Tiny Ween 420. I forgot my, I almost said the M word. I forgot my cannabis. I should go grab that. Americano, half heavy cream is that business. I just like good coffee with shitty powdered cream. It's just the way I operate. It's just what I like. I've been using ahi flower oil powder as coffee creamer. It's pretty good. Can you link us? Can you link us? That sounds amazing. I love floral flavors. I'm like gay for floral flavors. I love them. Too many journals on your desk. I have like 80 yarns and projects. And then I also, you guys, did I tell you, are you ready? Are y'all ready for TMI disgusting zero doxy body stuff? Are you guys ready? Yay or nay? My coffee's getting very cold. It's not a poop thing. It somehow grosses me out worse than poop stuff does. But I have a corn. Okay, so here's how it is. I have a hard corn that is under a soft corn in between my littlest toe and the next one. And so I had to get these corn eater patches. Oh, well, cool job, green screen. But anyway, I had to get these things, and I have one on right now, and I can feel it like aciding off the corn. The corn goes, oh my God, Sperry, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. It goes all the way down to the bone. Like, I have been fucking aciding off this corn, and then it just keeps growing back, and it's like a struggle, a cycle. It sucks. I'm definitely gonna need to get some sort of insole or something. Either that or I think I just have a corn now. But like the last time I got further than I ever have with it. And it's straight, like I could see my bone like pressing up against what little flesh there was in the hole. I'll take a disgusting picture, and this time around I'll take a picture, and maybe we will we could either do a really gross Discord channel, or if people want it, they can DM me on Twitter and I'll DM it to people, because I feel like this kind of image is something that would like get banned off of regular Reddit if it wasn't on like r/make-me-suffer or r/what-the-fuck. Like, it's gross. We have a pretty gross corn going on. It hurts really bad. And I've been struggling with it for a very long time. Anyway, welcome new people. Isn't corn removal surgery a pretty basic outpatient procedure? Yeah, but you have to have insurance for that. Or you have to be willing to pay thousands and thousands of dollars for it. Either case, that ain't me, Chief. Ooh, Oz, I can't listen to that. Finger injuries. Like, I'm so sorry, and please feel free to gross out whoever you want with that is comfortable with it. I have a hard line on finger injuries. I can't handle finger injuries. I don't want to hear about them. I don't want to look at them. I can't do finger injuries. Oh my God, I can't do it. I can't do it. I tried. I can't stop the growl and start the growl. I can't do it very fast. I sound like Kika. At the crows, yeah. Oh man, hi guys, how are ya? It's so good to see you all. One of my biggest fears is breaking all my fingers in a car accident. Yo! Are you who I think you are? Did you come here because I said something on Facebook? If you're who I think you are, what's up? It's good to see. If you're not who I think you are, you're still welcome here, and I'm still happy you're here, but it will be very exciting if you are the person I think you are. It's me? Is it? I am trying to give a hint that, like, won't dox you. Say a thing that lets me know who you are that you're comfortable with saying. Have we spoken on this subject before? The fingers in a car accident thing. Also, if you guys want, we can get back to the crocheting now. The only thing is I would really like to go get my cannabis. We have IRL. Okay, and you were really, really good friends with one of my boyfriends like 100 years ago. Simone Louise, how are you? It's so good to see you. Hi. How are you?
Simone Louise A. Sparkler.
A smoking guy. Okay. So wait, are you the boyfriend from 100 years ago? Because I thought that you were one of the friends, the drummer of that boyfriend in a band. God damn it. I'm excited to see it either way. It does not matter. Okay. So I'm going to go grab my cannabis super quick, and then I'll come back, and then I'll go ahead and run ads now so we don't have to for a long time. And then we'll get to work on this crochet and court stuff. Everybody hang tight. I'll be right back. there's no reason. There's no reason for me to type. True. True. It's so important. It's so important for you guys. I want my Discord to be a place where you guys want to hang out. So it would be sick if you guys would join and you would talk about what you look for in a Discord. Stuff like that. I appreciate that I've been moved to VIP status because I'm clearly not mod level active now, but I'm still special, feeling special. You are very special to me. You're very special to me. I love you very much. I think about you every day. Okay. All right. I am going to pop the keyboard behind the old monitors here, and we're going to go ahead and get to crocheting. Just to bring everybody up to speed, what all happened on stream yesterday? Okay. So last Friday, we started watching the court footage. We're still on day 1 of trial, baby. But we saw opening statements from both prosecution and defense. Hi, Ethan. It's so good to see you. How are you? We heard testimony from the older brother. We heard from a whole slew of police, like detectives and lieutenants and, well, 1 lieutenant and 1 sheriff. I would be lying if I said I know exactly all the intricacies and differences between those things. But I do know that the detectives are the people who do the most, like, who have the most face time, right? With the people involved in the case. They'll like be the people who do canvassing, and they'll be the people who talk to suspects and stuff like that. The defending lawyer does sound like Jennifer Coolidge, or at least people in chat say that. I don't know who Jennifer Coolidge is, but I mean, people in my chat say it, so it must be true. What a dangerous, dangerous precedent to set. Anyway, okay. Is there anything? Oh, Stifler's mom. Oh, I love her. She's a queen. Every time I see her in something, I'm like, okay, this bitch is about to pop off. She's gonna act her ass off. She's a really good character actor. Okay. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to switch over. Did I miss anything? Anybody that's been here? We watched a big, long video of them going over the, like, vacation house property, looking for the people and looking to see if people had been there, and it was very clear that nobody had been there. Who can you trust if not random strangers on the internets? I did used to go on Omegle just to be like, do I look okay if I had a date? Back when Omegle was new. Anyway, is that any relation to Jesse's mom? I am unfamiliar with the concept of Jesse's mom. Wait, Jesse's girl who is Stacy's mom? Are we like 40 layers of meta deep into this meme? Okay. Okay. I'm so excited to look at that puppy picture during next break. All right. I'm moving the old keyboard so I can't type stuff, so everything is up to the mods now. Mwahaha. I love a built-in excuse to not have to do any work. I wish that wasn't true, but it is. I watched a short video on this case last night, and holy shit, okay. I'm really excited to see more of this. One thing, guys, I am 1,000,000% going to be censoring the, like, shocking evidence. But if that's something that you guys feel like you can handle, if that's something that, like, you guys want to see, cute new chair. It's my Canada chair. All right, so there's the video that we're watching. We're 6 hours in. 6 hours, 11 minutes in. I love Canada. Thriving, Doxy. I like that. I like to feel like I'm thriving. I really want to know who Tiny Ween 420 is. Thank you, Reaper. Oh my God, Bosser. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that so much. You know that feeling you get when you're like, I have to go, but I don't remember where my keys are, and your keys are in the first place that you look? That's the feeling that I just got from you following my channel. So thank you so much for being my amazing, beautiful key hook. I appreciate it very, very much. I watched an autopsy in school without flinching. I can handle. Yo, it's Adam Vogel from high school. Yo, Adam Vogel, how are you doing? Oh, it's so good to see you. I want to say something to embarrass you, but I won't. I'm not going to do it. Okay. All right. We're going to get to this is how far we've gotten on the scarf. Simone, I'm so happy to hear that. I'm more stressed out than I've ever been, but like genuinely the wellness is in a good place. Like I definitely am where I feel like I am where I'm supposed to be. I'm very stressed out. I have a lot to do, but like I feel like my life is moving in the right direction. Okay, all right. So I don't know. Hello, Cheese King. How are you? It's so good to see you. I was wondering if we were going to see the elusive Cheese King again. Not too long ago. Stress and busy are two different things. There's a lot of both going on. Like, there is definitely a lot of both going on. Hello? Okay. Anyway, yeah, we have a lot done on the scarf here. This is our progress so far. We are about a quarter of the way through skein 2 out of 3 on that. And I'm ready. If you guys are ready, could I just get 3 readies in chat if we are ready to begin the court footage as well? I would love to see just 3 people say ready. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. You're Shua. You are. You are. Right? It's driving me a little bit crazy, but I'm excited. It's fun. It's a fun little cat and mouse game. It's a little sexy. Oh, it's Ian? Hi, Ian. It's so good to see you. How are you? Okay, yeah. It makes sense that, also, way to ruin our sexy game. We need an emote of a red E. You're not wrong. That would be fun, I think. I don't know if I just turned the captions on or off. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter. Sick. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. See you later, Julian. Have a good one. Ian, it's good to see you. I'm happy you're here.
Sir, if you believe you can do so responsibly and safely, removing your mask would be
club
appreciated at this point. All right. Thank you very much. Go right ahead. Sure.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Yeah, my name is Curtis Van Pelt, Curtis, VAN space capital PELT.
How are you employed?
I'm a facility manager for Zimbrick, Inc.
Did you know a person by the name of Krista Halderson?
Yes, I did.
The weird
How did
obsession
you
with
know
removing
Krista?
masks. I wonder if it's for like
one of my direct reports.
There are people that have to like draw pictures of everybody, right? Or is that just in the movies? I don't know. I've been in court like 3 times ever.
Could you just very briefly, in a sentence or two, tell me about what Krista was like at work?
Krista was a very kind, warm customer service representative. She had a genuine concern
what are you going
for all
for?
Of our customers on the phone
if you feel like
in person.
Saying.
Treated everyone with empathy, and I had many compliments from the general public. Anyone who dealt with her
sure. Let me pause it here really quick.
So
I did do a TLDR, but it was like right before you got here. Essentially, this is the Chandler Halderson homicide trial. He killed his parents. And the reason he did that is because he kept spinning lie after lie after lie about all these accomplishments that he had, but really he just wanted to freeload off of his parents forever. He was a NEET. Anyway, he's like caught and guilty. This happened a long time ago, and we're just watching the trial. So far, we've heard opening statements from both sides. We've seen a little bit of evidence, and we've had a little bit of testimony from several officers of the law, testimony from his older brother, and now this guy who apparently is a coworker of the mother. And we saw video of them, of a police officer and the older brother, going around like touring sort of the cabin that the younger brother who had murdered them said that his parents were at, but they clearly weren't. The sexiest possible profession, library science. That is sick. That's sick. Please make a temperature blanket at some time. I would be obsessed. I definitely want to do that, but I don't want to use traditional temperature colors. I want to do that with like varying shades of gray, ranging from black to white. Anyway, okay, here we go.
She was.
I've done very few full-size blankets. It takes a lot of yarn. And if you want it to be a nice blanket, it has to be expensive yarn. And like you will easily spend more than $100 on making a single blanket.
Yeah, this
if
is
you want
the
it to
time
be big,
punches
depending on like the pattern and stuff like
in
that.
Our management system.
So I don't do blankets very often.
Where is the physical location?
Can it be a throw blanket so you're throwing shade? Kool-Aid. Somebody put Kool-Aid in the box.
My office is in the front. It's a glassed 3-panel cubicle. It is about 12 to 15
so
feet
true. I made a
from the main
blanket
office
once.
where
Yeah, I've done it a
Krista
couple
and the
times.
estimator
And
resided.
it doesn't really count, but both of my nieces, I made each of them baby blankets too.
Street address is 1707 North Stone Road.
They went bug finding. It was cute. You're not wrong.
And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of her time in, time out sheet?
Yes, I gave that copy to the detectives that were
You
there.
crochet one and you'll knit a UK one. I'm learning to knit too because I know that knitting a blanket is probably a lot easier than crocheting a blanket. Hey,
All your employees memorized?
I'm learning to knit right now. I am not near as good at knitting as I am at crocheting.
Exhibit 30 to you.
Now I feel like I should have some sort of project for when I start my stream that like tracks my progress somehow. I'll have to give it a think. Oh my God, that's such a cute idea. I'll brainstorm a little bit too and toss ideas at you if I think of anything cool.
7:41 a.m. on July
I love
1st.
that idea. I can't wait until you make a channel and I get to come and hang out in your stream and watch you crochet and learn so much stuff.
1:13 p.m. to 1:39 p.m. And then she did clock out at 4:58 p.m.
And we'll raid you a bunch. Don't you put Kool-Aid in a picture?
The lunch break. Was there any locations that people would go to get food during the lunch?
Oh my God.
Near your work?
Well,
I'm
there's
on and off
many
apologies,
places
trying to figure out how to
because East Town
actually
is around
work
the
Twitch
corner
slash
from
make a
us.
channel.
There's a quick
I just want to
trip
talk people
right next door.
sometimes,
so
and sometimes
some
no one is
folks go
streaming.
and
Yeah,
get sandwiches and heat them up in our break room. So there's a
Making a
multitude
Twitch
of
channel
places nearby that someone could go eat off-site.
is the most influential to my life decision I ever made. My life is infinitely different than what it would be.
This was all of Krista's time off requests from January 1st of 2020 through December 31st, 2021.
In order, finishing that thought there. Sorry. Hi, Hags Matt. How are you?
To be off on July 2nd of 2021.
No, she did not.
Did she show up to work that day?
No, she did not.
Was that unusual for Mrs. Halderson?
Extremely unusual. Krista was very conscientious and would text me usually a couple hours ahead of any start time to let me know she would be late or not in that day.
No, we're good. Okay, for a minute I thought I fucked up, but then I remembered that I'm actually perfect and never do that.
No, she did not. I had that day off. And part of our process in our front office is that only one of us
I've seen a channel
can
that a
have
person
the day
adds a
off.
row
We
to
can't
something for
have
subs.
two
That's very
people
cute.
taking the same days off.
You're exhausted? Was
So
it a
Dan
long day
Croninger
of
took Friday,
cosplay making?
July 2nd off. I took Monday, July 5th off.
I'm
And that
hanging in
would
there.
exclude anyone else from taking time off in the front
I did not
office.
get any of the editing done that I wanted to today, but I got all of the shopping that I needed.
No, she did not. It was my day off. I was concerned
also
that she
haven't
hadn't shown
exercised
up
yet today,
on the
which is
Friday
a big
before. I
bummer.
went
I
into
really
work
need
to
to.
see if she had come to work and if anyone had heard from her, even though it was my day off.
Hello, Ghost Cole. How are you?
No call, no show. I texted her a little before 9 o'clock when it was apparent that she hadn't shown up. That
finished
text
it?
was never delivered.
Hell yeah. Do you love it?
Did Mrs.
I have paid
Halderson
attention to
any
exactly 0 of this trial so far today. I'm just like
Yes, she did near the end of the month.
chatterboxing. I'm so sorry. I'll try to be less engaged here. Hi, Azuma. Good night, Simone. It was very good to see you. I love you very much.
Yep.
I am
Page
very
5
early today.
on the
I
bottom
want
of this
to get even
document,
earlier.
She submitted time off for July 27th and July 28th.
July 27th is my sister's birthday.
Is there any rules at your work about how far in advance you have to ask for days off?
No, it's encouraged that employees ask as soon as possible, if that as far in advance as they know. I usually submit my stuff in January for the upcoming year, which might be July or August. It's first come, first serve, so that the sooner you get it in, you've locked in that week or the block of days you want off, and then it's precluded from someone else, having a conflict and trying to take the same time off.
I would move Exhibit 541 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Hacksmat, feel free to put, excuse me, any and all links to information about that, Hacksmat, in the chat or in the Discord,
2021.
if you want to.
She drove the gray Volvo station wagon.
Basically talking about how the mom was responsible when it came to sick day. Bardic Muse,
No further questions.
Cross-examination, please.
I'm just going to give you a little kiss on the neck.
yes.
Just a little kiss on the
Mr. Van
neck.
Pelt, it sounds like you're essentially, or were essentially, Ms. Halderson's supervisor. Is that fair?
Could you imagine if that's how we
As her
fucking
supervisor, or
showed
maybe
each
just in
other
general, Would
appreciation?
you consider yourself close to Ms. Halderson?
She was a great employee, and I considered her a friend.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
sir. Have a
Cheese
good
King, that's
remainder of your
exactly
day.
what's going on here.
Thank you.
It's very weird. It's very weird that we turn a subject like this into entertainment. But if we weren't fascinated with morbid things, then we would never learn anything about like the darker sides of humanity. And we wouldn't know how to identify a serial killer. You know what I mean? Like, not just identify a serial killer, but like, just we wouldn't know half of the fucking crime-solving shit that we do if there weren't people that were fascinated in stuff like this, right?
One moment. Can we approach, Judge?
There are only so many people that are in it just because they want to help people, right?
Sir, if
And
you are able to safely and
I imagine
responsibly
that's
testify
a
without your
big
mask,
part of the
it
reason
would be
for
appreciated
most
if you could.
people in
you so much.
crime-solving
I
professions.
apologize. I think I said we were going to call Daniel Kroninger, but it's John Polnett. That we've actually called. My victim witness person was right. So
Okay.
so I apologize. Sir, could you please state your name and spell both your first and last for the record?
John Painelt,
It's true,
John
toy line assembly. Very true.
Poehnt.
How are you employed?
I'm the store leader at Quick Trip,
Which Quick Trip?
store 955
Yo,
over on
Quick
1625 North Stoughton.
There's a name.
And earlier this, or I'm sorry, in
long
this
time.
summer, did you provide some footage from your store to the Dane County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Cheese King, you're gonna love
And we showed
one
you
of
a
the
piece of this
channels that
footage
we
in the
partnered
past.
with,
Is that fair to
Dreading.
say?
Yes.
You're gonna love them. They're very knowledgeable. It's fascinating. I love it. I love watching their
And that was
content.
true and accurate footage, the footage you provided to Dane County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it was.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 31, the Quick Trip video, into evidence.
Any objection?
Golly.
Thank you. It may be received. And it may be published.
This guy reminds you of some actor, but you don't know who. Now that you said that, it happened to me for a flash second. I was like, it's totally this actor, and it's gone. How long is the Chandler Halderson trial? I have no idea. I do not know. I just wanted something that was very long for us to watch while we crochet. That man looks exactly like Tom Cruise. Yeah, it's the middle tooth. He's got the middle tooth.
And the first clip we're going to play is camera 22.
A lot of people
and
fall
I believe
asleep
that's the
to my
camera
stream,
over the
which
north
is such
door.
a
Is
bad
that correct,
idea.
sir?
But I'm glad
the camera
that
from
it
the,
works for
north
you
side doors?
weirdos.
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay.
Apparently being
And we are
fascinated
gonna
with
play
death and true
from
crime isn't new. Way back in the industrial
1
age,
minute and
lords would lay out
17
dead bodies for
seconds.
identification
And we're just gonna play
and
a couple
also
seconds.
entertainment for the rich. Yeah, not shocked by that even remotely.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to play 1:17 p.m. Until 1:18 p.m.
Is this him getting the ice? You visited a body farm? Shut up. Tell me all the things that happened that you didn't expect, please and thank you. Like, oh my God, I'm fascinated.
Thank you. And sir, just one further
Did
question.
they let you touch anything?
Is there a Zimbrook dealership near
Did you
your
get to
Quick
touch
Trip
a
store?
skull?
Yes, about 200 yards away.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
Actually, Your Honor, can I ask one more question? I apologize.
Sure.
Is the time and date on this video is July 1st of 2021?
Yes.
And the time is it was 1:17 p.m. and went into 1:18 p.m.
That's correct.
And is the time on the video accurate to time in real life?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any
Sorry about
follow-up
that.
to that?
No, thank you.
Thank you again, sir. Have a good remainder of your day.
A short tour of the University of Tennessee farm, but it was so sick. God, I want to know everything.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
There were dogs there training, which was surprising. That's exciting. Oh, you probably didn't get to pet them, though.
Sir, if you are willing and able to safely and responsibly testify
It was
without your
outside and
mask, that would
surprisingly
be our
sunny.
preference.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Yes, Daniel Joseph Kroninger, D-A-N.
Hi, Ariana.
Kroninge.
You missed one of the
How are you
mom's
employed?
coworkers talking about how she was
currently, I am an
responsible with
electrician
her
apprentice.
time off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
how
some
are you employed in July of 2021?
footage of
At that time, I was
a
a body shop estimator at a
convenience
Body Shop
store.
European.
And is that the location on Stoughton Road?
Yes,
In
that's
Madison, Dane County, Wisconsin?
I don't know what it was showing, though.
Did you know a coworker by the
Sorry
name
for
of
just
Krista
sitting there
Halderson?
dumb-facing
did.
for a minute.
Can you describe what was your
Unsurprisingly
relationship
smelled
with
awful,
Krista?
yeah.
She was our customer service rep.
They're not a
so
pet then, they
we
are
worked
serious agents.
together.
I know, and I never
I think
would.
I started there
I
in
never would.
September of 2019.
I don't even really ask people if I can pet their dogs
And
unless
did
their
you
dog
become
is
friends
showing
with
interest in
Krista
being
Halderson?
pet
Yes, I
by
did.
me. And like it
did you
seems
ever go
like
to her
they
home?
don't want to
Yes.
bother me because I
did you
don't
meet
like
her
to put
husband?
people
Yes.
under pressure into letting me pet their dog if they don't want me to. You know what I mean?
Did you find out on July
I respect the
2nd
doggo. I
of
respect the
2021
doggo. I respect
that
the
Krista
doggo's
no
space.
called and no showed into work?
Yes, that's correct.
How did you find that out?
I had the day off from work. We were supposed to close on a house, and I received a text from a couple coworkers asking if I'd heard from her.
Had you heard from her?
I had not.
Did she ever discuss with you in the last week of June, that first day in July, any plans to go to her cabin?
No.
What did you do in response to learning that Krista no called, no showed?
Initially, we were just my girlfriend and I were taking care of some stuff around the house. I received a second text, I think around 2:30 or so, of another coworker asking if I had heard from her. So around 4:35, 4:40 or
Oh,
so,
shit.
we drove over to their house to see if I could get a hold of anyone.
What caused you to drive
That
over
is
to her
not the
house?
actor that I was thinking of.
Just because it's weird for her to not show up to work, and I was living just a couple miles away at the time.
I'm thinking of
Did you in fact
like
Did you
chubby
in fact go to her house?
Hispanic
Yes.
actor
Just so we're clear, that's the house on
that
Oak
whose
Street,
name I would
Sullivan,
never
Wisconsin.
recognize in a million
Correct.
years because he's always just like a super side
do once you got
character.
Initially knocked on the door, no response, so I peered through the front door window, like the side light. Didn't really.
South
I
and
saw
Practical
what appeared to be a
Jokers.
table on its side. No response. Then we went to the garage
So
door.
where do we
checked
stand with
to
the bug
see
pictures?
if the
There were no
vehicles
bug
there,
pictures.
which they
There
were.
have been none.
And then at that point, Chandler came to the door.
It's bullshit.
And did you go into the house, talk outside, or something else?
We talked outside of the side garage door.
Okay. And just to be clear, I'm going to show you what has been marked and received as Exhibit 7. Is this the side garage door that you're discussing?
Yes, that's correct.
And I will just throw Exhibit 7 on the overhead. Here.
They have that overhead way too close to the wall.
What did he say?
The light should not be making it
When we arrived,
fucking
it appeared
shine
he had
like
just
that.
gotten
That
out of the
sucks.
shower. I confirmed with him that his parents were not there.
Needle felting
and
fun.
He had given us a story about how they had gone up north in an emergency to the cabin and went with a couple that he was not
Yeah,
sure
mouth
who they
sign,
were.
mouth sounds
So they
really
picked up
gross me
early
out
that
too.
day
Bardic music, it
and
it
would
makes me
be gone
mad.
for a couple
It
of
gives me
days.
agita. That and like
Okay.
weird breathing.
Did
I
he tell
can't
you
hang.
what time his parents had left?
I know
cat.
he had said that it was
Kitty, 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 kitty.
probably right. It was he had not been waking up yet, so it was something early. He heard them leaving, is what he told me.
And other than Chandler
Oh, I thought it was
just
a kitty.
getting out of the shower, was there anything else unusual about his appearance?
Hi,
He had a
babe.
bandage on his large toe. Not
I'm good. How are
sure
you?
which side it was, but he had a bandage on.
You coming
one
to
of
say
his
hi to
toes.
chat room?
Did he say anything about his foot?
He said that he had broken the
No.
glass around
Okay,
the
yeah, that
fireplace while playing with the dogs.
Oh, yeah. love
Did
you.
he describe his injury at all?
He just said there was blood everywhere.
Josiah is now a cat. It has become canon. Oh no.
After you spoke with Chandler, were you satisfied?
Oh,
enough
tiny
that
ween.
left
Why
the
you
house?
do this? Oh.
Yes, I gave him, or we exchanged.
Why
phone
would you
numbers,
add the
so we could
creamed
text and keep in
corn?
contact. And I said to let
That,
him,
like,
or
made me
for him to let me
crazy.
know if he had heard anything from them. And then at that point, we felt the story made sense, so we left.
Okay.
I need to make something for my brother's girlfriend's birthday. All I can think of is making her a little needle felted raccoon. Well, it's that stuff that doesn't like leave you that is always
34.
the way.
As
You're
a group,
eating
how
creamed
would
corn.
you
I used to
identify
love
exhibits
creamed
that
corn when I was
describe
little,
as
but it
32,
grosses me out now. I can't do it anymore. I don't like it anymore.
So the initial 32 is when I gave my number to him. I texted him saying that it's me. Then followed up.
My
on
anamorph is an octopus.
Sunday.
I would be an
I had gotten a
octopus for
call
sure. I have
from
always
him
felt
that Sunday, which
spiritually
was the
connected.
4th. It was at
to the
a
octopus.
event down in South Beloit.
Okay.
Sorry.
How would you describe them as a group, just generally,
Oh.
without going into detail as to what they are?
Sorry. Let's see. So just following up, trying to figure out when they're
Black
expected to
cats
be
are
back.
very pretty.
Are these photographs of text messages between
Banana
you?
chowder?
Yes.
You. What are
Yes,
you
sorry. Yes,
doing?
they're
Why are you
pictures of my
doing
phone.
And
this?
do they appear to be true and accurate depictions?
Yes.
I
At
thought
this
we were
time, I would
friends.
use Exhibits 32 through 34 into evidence.
Any objection?
May we approach?
Sure.
Gross. Why are you guys doing this to me? Everybody wants me to end stream. That surprised me. Cannon chowder. Y'all have some of the most interesting ideas. I'm sorry, what? Why is this overlay happening?
I believe what was told is that they, you can't get a hold of them up north when there is cloud cover.
Sorry, everybody.
Correct.
Chandler? Okay. And what's the next time during this week?
Dude, my step-grandma makes the fucking best cream corn. I won't eat it unless they made it. Yeah, that's fair enough. Like I think that there's nothing wrong with liking it. I just can't do it
So
anymore.
Friday, I believe.
Would you like to look at Exhibit 32 to refresh your memory?
I believe we spoke that Saturday. Just trying to see if there was any update.
And was there any update to your best of your knowledge?
I believe what was told is that they, you can't get a hold of them up north when there is cloud cover, so they're not able to receive or send texts if the weather is not clear.
Okay, and I'm just giving you Exhibit 32.
One time my
to
SO
help
was supposed to
refresh
get
your
corn for a recipe I
recollection.
was making and came back with cream corn.
Maybe a phone call on a
He went
Saturday
back
was
out
the
and
next
somehow
week
managed to
that
come
you
back with more creamed corn. I had to like wash
he called
it.
me
to decream
Sunday
it.
afternoon
That's
when we were
very
at the racetrack
funny.
in Beloit, or South
What
Beloit.
was the nature of the call, or why did he call you?
He wanted to see what we were
That
doing.
poor sweet
Said
boy.
he was bored and wanted to hang out.
Okay. Did you guys make plans?
Yeah, I told him that we were going to be at the racetrack, and when we got back, we would let him know. And we were going to be out in the street with some of the other neighbors and
My hair is really
doing 4th of
bothering
July
me.
things.
I'm going to ask that you move your mic just
Oh, sorry.
a little bit closer. Have you hung out with Chandler Halderson in the past?
Not just him, with his parents and him, but not just him himself.
Okay, but it wasn't unusual for you guys to get together
No,
with the families.
no.
And I think the judge is going to ask everybody but the jury to remove their masks for a few seconds. Do you see the person that you know as Chandler Halderson in the courtroom today?
If everyone that's not in the jury could remove their masks so that the witness is able to see everyone's face fully and determine whether he recognizes the defendant, please.
Honest to God,
replace
I'm
your
having
masks at
a
this
hard
time.
time
Yes.
staying focused on this case today, on the courtroom today.
Looks like
I
a
feel like
light
there's so
purple,
many,
and it's third to the right.
As the record reflects.
Like everything that's really
It
boring
shall.
about court is what's happening right
So
now.
does Mr. Halderson come over to
Just
your house?
establishing timelines and stuff.
Yes, I believe shortly after 8:30.
Does he come alone? Does he bring someone or something else?
Welcome back,
He
Mothman.
brings his girlfriend Kat, which we were aware that she was coming.
And what did you guys do?
We did some
Okay,
fireworks
but
in the
how do
street,
you recream it?
and I believe she had a drink.
The chicks so
My
creamy.
girlfriend and I had a couple of drinks
Lightning.
and just kind of hung out in the driveway.
Creamed corn.
To
is
your
very
knowledge, did anyone have any burn injuries from the interactions on July 4th?
Not that
According
I'm
to
aware
our
of.
fucking scientific
When's the next
experiments.
time that you interact with
Yeah, that's
Chandler
accurate.
Halderson?
Let's see.
And I'm going to actually give you 33 and 34 as well.
Yep. So it looks like that would have been. It looks like it would have been
I'm
Monday.
making fast progress on the crochet today, at least. That's very
Would that have
nice.
been Monday the 5th?
Okay. And what was the nature of that interaction?
He was just saying that his family was going to be another day late, and to ask if I could request another day
Nice.
off for her.
Okay. And did you, in fact, communicate with your work?
Yeah, I told my boss Curtis.
Okay. When, any other interaction with Chandler that day?
I don't believe so. No.
On
How long is it
Tuesday,
today?
July
It's been a minute
6th,
since we
did
looked.
you have any
I just
communication
showed,
with
but
Chandler?
I'll show again at the end of this row.
Yes, I was following up with him because she was supposed to have a doctor's appointment that day that she was really looking forward to, and was expecting them to be back for sure for that event. So it looks like I texted 9:23 that morning to have Krista call us as soon as they get back into town.
And of course, you didn't get a call from Krista.
Correct.
describe your next interaction with Chandler.
So then I texted again Wednesday, asking if they were back in town. Said that Krista was going to lose her job if she doesn't call in since it was a no-call, no-show.
And what, if any, response did he give you?
I said he's going to file a missing persons report if she misses her appointment. Okay, so I guess that was Tuesday then.
At this point, how worried are you on the spectrum for Krista?
I was getting pretty worried because I knew I had texted her
Ma'am,
before when
I don't
she
know
was
if
at her
I'd
cabin,
be any
so
less
I knew
concerned
that
if I
story
weren't
seemed a little
autistic.
fishy.
That's all I can
And
think
also
of now
really
when I hear
rare for
on the
her to
spectrum,
not
by the way.
be excited about an event like that and to be telling
It
everyone.
just immediately makes
So
me
we
go
expected,
autism.
you
And
know,
I
if
wish
they were
that,
planning to
nice.
be
I
off
wish
it, she would've
that
let
that
us know, and
wasn't
she
the
would've
truth.
let
I wish
my
that,
boss Curtis know well in advance.
it makes me feel bigoted.
And
Like,
it
I don't
certainly
hate
wouldn't be
autistic
like her to miss a
people by
doctor's
any
appointment
stretch
that
of the
she had been looking
imagination.
forward to.
But, like, just automatically associating a word with them is, like, not
because
great.
those are screenshots.
Yes.
It does say, I believe, the July 2nd.
Chad, I know y'all might find it hard to talk to me from now on since I made ravioli from scratch today. And how do you even talk to a cooking god? But it's
Or at least
okay.
it
I'm
says
still just a
Friday.
normal person
Friday,
like
yeah.
y'all. Also just a
Which would have been
cooking
the
god.
2nd.
Yep,
You know,
Sunday.
you are a cooking
Sunday
god.
it has
What
the
did you
date,
stuff your ravioli
and then it
with? And what
says-
kind of
and then
sauce
the
did you
next
serve it
message
with,
was
if
labeled
any?
yesterday.
So that would have
Did you
been,
fry
I
it or
believe these
bake it or
photos were
boil
taken
it?
on
Tell us
Wednesday.
everything.
Okay. So yesterday would have been Tuesday the 6th. And
Correct.
today would be Wednesday the 7th.
Correct.
I'm now a very suspicious autistic. Oh no. Please, I have friends who are autistic. That's a horrible. I genuinely, I don't hold anything against people with autism whatsoever. I like half the time you don't even know that somebody's autistic. I wish that was a preconceived,
Next message
like,
is Sunday. That would be July 4th,
self-
7:33 p.m. Want to come over around 8:30.
what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think.
That is me,
of it.
yes.
I wish that,
Sounds good.
I wish it wasn't like that. It feels bigoted
And you
to me
respond.
to like automatically just associate a word
All right.
with
Then yesterday,
an
which is
entire
Saturday,
class of people,
July
you know?
6th of 2021.
Makes me
They're
feel
late.
bad.
Are you able to get her another day? What time is that message? It
A
looks
little
like
late,
that
Doc.
message was sent at
I'm on the
5:30
spectrum, and I
in the
don't think
morning.
associating spectrum with autism is that bad, considering I hear us call ourselves on the spectrum. Right. I'm just saying every time I hear that word, I'm always just like, all right, autism. You know, like, you know, it's.
Correct. Yep, that's when I got to work.
And again, as you said, you then also
I
asked
just
that
want
Krista call you
to
as soon as she gets it.
Correct.
take
That was after I spoke to
accountability for
Curtis.
problematic thought patterns
Moving on to Exhibit 33.
because I think that's the first step to correcting them. Hey,
And that says today, so that'd be Wednesday.
Correct.
Matt's over here making him a bussin'. I'm watching my court. Amazing. Nice.
Job if she doesn't call.
You associate spectrum with bad internet. That's a joke for people in the South.
Then you
See you later, Zombie Broccoli. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you for coming in.
Mike
Always
Hilgendorf
good to
is a
see
family friend of theirs.
I'm going to try to get a hold of Hildy. Do you know who they went to the cottage with? Have you talked to Mitchell? Has he heard anything? And Chandler responds, he hasn't. I called him last night. I don't know who they went with. And you respond, okay. I'll
You're
let you know
trying
if I
not
hear
to stand
from
myself. Yeah, I just always am overzealous with sauces and spices and stuff, and nobody else likes it. I'm just like chewing on a giant grain of rock salt. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just salty enough.
Yes, Mike's wife. Yes.
And Chandler responds, yes.
Is it really
I'll go
mashed
over to your
potatoes if
friend's
you don't
house
use an
today.
entire brick of cream
That's
cheese?
Exhibit 34. And you respond, okay.
Chaw-feel.
Sounds like Hildy is going to go swing by the cabin. He's 2 hours from there. And Chandler responds, yep, I got him the
Still
address.
ravioli with cream corn. Sunshine Joe Art.
Sparkler. I love you, long time BB.
I love you, long time BB. How are you?
If she turns up to
Aw,
work,
will you
let
send me a
know.
selfie or something? I just want to look at
And
your
you respond, "Will
pretty
do.
face.
Nothing yet. But did you call the police?
I miss you. I miss you very
And Chandler
bad.
responded, no, I'm filing a police report here so they can contact all the hospitals and jails. Did I accurately read those messages from?
So good. That's what I fucking love to
I
hear,
didn't see the
dude.
very
I
bottom
love
one
to
on the
hear
screen
it.
of the last one.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Dan, what was Chandler's demeanor or affect like when you discussed his missing parents?
At the time, he didn't seem very concerned. Just they were up north and everything seemed like it was fine to him, was my understanding.
No
I
further
stab myself
questions.
often. Hazards of Tourette's. Oh no. Keep lots of Band-Aids on hand. It's not that bad usually.
That last question about
I would feel like I would be very paranoid about hurting myself.
talking to him in the driveway
of
the home.
A lot of the time.
Yes.
Oh, the only thing
If I
that
had
seemed
Tourette's,
off at that
I do
time
not- I do
was when he
not
said
at
there was a
all,
lot of blood,
envy
or there was
that.
blood everywhere. It was
Has
kind
Canada
of, I
treating
felt
the
kind of like he
ultimate
was
god
looking
princess
through
from the
me.
USA? I'm befriending a group
Kind
of
like a
crows.
glassy look, but other than that, everything
Legit. That's
seemed
just true. And I love it
normal as
here.
far as
Truly. I
how
hope
I
that
knew
you can come and
Chandler.
visit me sometime. It's
When the
amazing.
district attorney just asked you to
The nature is
recall Chandler's
incredible.
demeanor when he was talking to you, you were remembering that moment in the
Sounds
driveway,
right.
correct?
That driveway and in general.
developed it
yeah,
late, though.
Everything
It's funny.
seemed
I
like,
didn't know that was
they
even
were just up north
possible.
until she started to miss more days of work, and then it seemed like there was more concern.
Now, the person referenced as Hilgi,
Yes,
that's Hilgendorf.
Mike
Uh-oh.
Hilgendorf. Yes.
Is
Yeah,
that
no,
someone
okay, we're
you know
good.
through the
Sorry.
Haldersons, or did
1,
you know the
2, 3,
Hilgendorfs
4, 5.
before you knew the Haldersons?
I worked with the Hilgendorfs, or with Mike anyway. He worked at the Volkswagen news store, so I met him initially through Krista, but we had been at a few events together.
And at that time, you didn't have his contact information?
Correct. I emailed him through our work system.
Oh my god, I told you guys that I would show you the length of the scarf. I'm so sorry, I just remembered. Okay, so I have kind of tiny hands.
Questions, thank you.
Any
Here's a
redirect?
big lighter
No, Your
for
Honor.
scale.
May
Here
this
we
witness
go.
be excused and
A
released
big
from
lighter
subpoena.
for scale. And it
Well, he's
folds
excused.
over.
I guess we'd reserve the right to potentially
One,
recall him.
That means you can't
2,
discuss your testimony with anyone until you've been released on a future date. Thank you
3
so very much.
Thank you.
and a
Have a good
half
rest of your day.
times.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's how long it is so far. It's taller than my torso for sure.
State would call Zach Reed to the stand.
Nice.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sir, if you can comfortably and safely testify without your mask, that would be my request.
I just realized I asked.
Go
I don't
ahead.
know if anybody answered me. Does anybody
Good
know?
afternoon.
Do they
Could you please
actually?
state and spell your name
Thank
for
you,
the record?
neuroblastoma.
Zach Reed.
Thank you. I'll be selling it online.
R-E-E-D.
So, and patrons
And how were you employed in
will
July of
have a
2021?
full day heads up
I'm
that
the
the shop
HVAC
is
salesman
open
for
and
then it
stocked
was Landmark Heating
over
and Cooling. Now it's
non-patrons.
Alcivia Heating and Cooling.
for
And-
what it's worth.
It's kind of an odd question, but what do you drive in the capacity of your
What was it?
Ford Fusion.
Right. Do they have people that like draw
What color?
pictures
White.
of the people in
And
court,
sometime
right? Or is
prior
that just in the
to
movies?
July 7th, 2021, was a work order put in to get a quote for some AC?
Yes.
An open air
And
wardrobe.
specifically
I'm using as
for
a
the
drying
Oak
rack.
Springs
That's
Circle
sick.
address.
Correct.
Okay, so what exactly were you supposed to do there?
They were looking for a mini split unit.
Sunshine
which is
Joe Art.
just a form of air conditioning for a
Well,
house with a boiler.
cheers to you too. I love
And
you
on
so
July
much.
7th
I miss you.
Of 2021, did you in fact go to the Oak Springs address in Windsor, Wisconsin?
Yes.
About what time did you arrive?
I think
Me and
around
Amy need to plan a visit
11:45.
home at the same time so
Okay.
that you and her can all do
what
something.
time was your appointment, if you remember?
Noon.
Did anybody greet you right away at 11:45?
No.
At some point, did someone greet you on the property?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What time did that occur?
I don't know exactly what time it was.
Indubitably.
I had knocked on the door. I was running a little ahead of schedule, knocked on the door, no answer.
Indubitably.
went back in the
usually
car.
only do the court drawings in court cases where cameras aren't
started
allowed.
just doing some
so
paperwork,
not this
and then
one. Or
someone
when
pulled
it's
up.
too low profile,
So
it
I
takes
just
for the
waved.
news to care.
They waved
Also
back.
not this
Kind of
one.
got my
Okay, good to
stuff,
know.
my quote stuff ready to
My
go.
sister is
got
a
out.
real
He
jet
was out of
setter
the
these
car at
days.
that point.
You are not wrong. She's always fucking
and
off to
then
somewhere.
I introduced myself. Hey,
It's
here
the thing.
from
I
Mini
think
Split
removing the
Quote.
mask is for clarity. As a teacher, I
he
can confirm
said,
it's
"I
hard to
don't know what that
understand
is."
people in
Told
masks.
him,
Totally.
form
Like
of air
I am
conditioning
not.
for house with a boiler.
I am not trying.
Then he
to
told me that
be
he had just reported
a
his parents missing.
like
they didn't come back from up north, and I was like,
shitty,
"Oh,
snotty,
do you wanna
like
reschedule this?"
Tumblr
And
liberal
do you know at
about
this point
it
who you're
or
talking to?
anything
no."
by any stretch.
Just
I
it
just
seems
am
to be
so curious.
the child
As
of
to
Yeah, it
why
was,
it's-
in my mind at that point, it was
I
just
want
a
to
kid
know
who
why.
reported
I want to
his
know
parents
if that's
missing.
the reason why.
I don't know if you'll see that person in the courtroom. Do you think if you saw that person, you would recognize them?
I understand the importance of
At this
taking
point, I would
masks
ask
down
everyone
every
who's not
once
in
a
the
while,
jury
for
box
sure.
to please remove their mask for the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Like
You
this.
can replace masks.
Do you recognize the person you talked to in the courtroom today? And if
I-
you don't, that's okay.
Golly, I really have to pee.
Don't know that I saw
you
everybody.
guys.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I think after
Anyway, so
this
the
witness,
person
we're going to
maintained
take a
that they lived
break.
at the-
Or if this
the house
witness is
that
here
you
for
had
longer
went
than
to
like
on Oak
10
Springs.
minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do next after the person told you that he just reported his parents missing?
Then we'll just
Asked him
pause
if he wanted to
during this
reschedule.
witness.
He said,
Hi, Nick.
no, it's got to get done. We started walking towards the house, and then the dog started to bark, and he kind of
As
stopped.
please.
And
You
he said,
guys are
"Oh,
so
the
sweet
dogs,"
to
and he
me.
was kind of just froze. And I was like, "Are you sure you don't want to reschedule? Got a lot of things going on." He said, "Can we do that?"
Neuroplastom, I
was
meant
like,
to
"Yeah,
ask
not a
you,
problem."
do you crochet?
And
Do you
then
want me to show
that
you
was
the art label
How
or
would you describe
yarn
the
label?
demeanor of the person that you
'Cause I'm happy
interacted
to.
that day in
It's
the
just-
driveway
it's
of the
this.
Oak Springs address?
Kind of just
It's 100%
stressed,
acrylic.
I guess. Like he was hearing me, but not
The
really
color
processing
is
what was going on.
taupe ombre,
And
even
did
though
you
it's
notice
truly
anything
it's
else
gray.
about
I don't know
the
why
home that
it's named
struck you
taupe.
as unusual or just noteworthy?
Yeah, when I was
It's
standing at the
gray.
front door before
That, like
all
this
of that,
part is like nigh
I
purple.
just know it looked like the dryer vent came out of the front of the house, and it looked
and
like
this
it,
is like
someone had
a
tried to maybe tape it
blackish
shut
green. I
or
do
close
not know
it,
why they called it taupe.
which in our industry could be weird depending on the type of dryer.
Okay. Did you notice anything about any of the windows in the home?
Yeah, all the windows were open.
No other questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. The individual that you had an interaction with that day, was that your first time you had an interaction with him?
Yep.
And as far as the request to go to the home and see the unit or to talk about the unit, do you know who made that request?
I believe it was Bart.
It reads as blue
And that
for you
individual
on
that
camera.
you spoke to was not, that individual you spoke to that day was not Bart.
Was not what?
Was not Bart.
I
the person
definitely,
that made
it's
the
so hard
request.
for me
Correct.
to get all of my
and when
webcam
you
settings like perfectly
there,
correct, and
we're
sometimes
talking
I
about July,
lose a little
correct?
bit of a hue,
Was it hot that day?
or have just a little
yeah,
bit too
I
much of
suppose.
another.
And was that your first time that you had gone to that location?
Yes.
White
So
balance
you don't know
is
what
super
that
fucking
location
hard.
or what the house looked like
Clearly
up until
yellow.
that day.
Stop.
Correct.
No further questions.
I've never tried
Any
before, but
redirect?
it looks fun.
No,
we
Your
do
Honor.
all
May this
kinds
witness
of
be
fun
excused and
tutorials on
released.
this channel.
Yes.
If you decide
Thank you
that
very
you,
much, sir.
if
Have a good
you
remainder
get
of your day.
yarn and a hook and you want me to teach you at any point, you just let me know. I will take a minute. I will show you how to chain, and I will show you how to single crochet, and I will show you how to turn and single crochet back. And that is a really, really good lesson for one
close,
day, and
Pam.
it won't
Sit-
take
sit
long
well
at
to the
all. It
stand.
won't even like disrupt the stream. So if you do decide to pick it up, you let me know if you want me to show you, and I'm happy to. I'm very patient. I will stop and start over as many times as you need. I encourage questions. Absolutely, I support you if you decide that you want to start crocheting. I want to do anything I can to get you to do it. Hi, Forest Crawler. How are you? It's good to see you.
Ms. Sidwell, if you believe you can do so responsibly and safely,
Oh my God, you
it
should
would
do
be
some
appreciated
teaching
if you
lives.
would
I have a
testify
bunch,
without a
Ducky.
mask.
I have, and I'm happy to do more. By all means, I would love to. We have a regular here
afternoon.
named Jay
Could you
Rodimus
please
who
state
is
your name
learning
and spell both
from
your first
me,
and last name for the
we're going to be
record?
doing a crochet in the round
Legally, it's
tutorial
Pamela,
as soon as
but I go by Pam.
he's ready to, but he's not
Sidwell,
ready just yet.
Sidwell.
Miss Sidwell, did you know a person by the name of Krista Halderson?
I did.
Which means crocheting
In what
circles
capacity did you
instead
know
of
her?
like just
She was my
straight down
neighbor.
rectangles.
She was a co-worker for 3 years at a
Oh,
seasonal
gee, yes, I'll check them out.
employer in
Absolutely. And
DeForest.
no,
Um,
it's nothing.
she
I
was a
definitely,
walking
I
buddy,
love
and she was a very good friend.
having
live in the
hobbies
Oak
in
Springs
common
neighborhood.
with my buds. It's just nice. We learn things from one another. We make
Did you know the rest of
dope-ass
the family?
gifts
Did you know
for one another.
Chandler
It's
Halderson
awesome.
and Bart Halderson?
I
can
did.
only write. I don't think I can crochet. I
Again,
think you
as
can
a neighbor.
crochet.
I knew Bart, pretty well.
you've got
we did
two
things,
hands
both Bart and
and,
Krista, my husband and I did things together. I knew Chandler
average-
not so well. I knew of him.
Or better,
I saw him come into work
motor
once in a while.
functionality,
And he actually did a
a
few odd
million
jobs for
percent
my
you can
mother.
crochet.
Okay. And towards the end of July, the end of June, beginning of July, did you become aware of a
can do it,
growing
keep
medical
trying and never give
concern
up.
that Krista may
Well,
have had for
you
Chandler?
could give up if it gets to a place where
She-
it's so hard for you that
both
it's
her and Bart
causing
stopped over
distress.
at our place
But
on, I believe it was
I
Sunday,
highly recommend
the
sticking with it. It's a very rewarding
27th.
hobby. You
And
get to
they said he had
express
fell
yourself
down
in
the
so many
steps
beautiful, fun ways.
and
and
had a concussion.
you
And
will,
I said,
everybody will
"Did you go to
fucking
the
love
doctor?"
getting
And she
gifts
said
from you
yes.
for the rest of your life, just because you
Did Krista reach
will
out to
make
you
them
any
things
further
that you know
about
they will
Chandler's
like.
concussion?
It's amazing.
Other than it was either Monday or Tuesday of that following week, she texted me and asked me if I'd be around because she was going to be at work and Bart was going to be at the dentist on Wednesday
that's fair.
morning.
When you wanna punch
and
a
just
wall,
in
it's
case
time to
he
walk
had
away,
any
totally.
issues.
Oh, you
he
have a
could call.
migraine? Bud, go lay down.
And that was Wednesday.
Do not sit and stare.
June
Do not sit and stare
Right.
at a computer with a
Yes.
migraine, babe. You gotta go take care of yourself. Have some water. Go lay
And
down.
what
See if
did
you can
you
fall asleep.
I said,
I'm so
sure.
sorry to hear you're not feeling good. Those dragon egg bags are wicked cool, though. I'm not gonna lie. I will make more. I will make many, many. I feel like those are probably gonna be the things that I sell the most of. Giving handmade gifts is
is a
another
note.
reason I've been thinking about crocheting. It's
I see the name Pam
people
on the
love
note
it.
and a phone number. Is that in
people
fact your
like
phone
you can
number
always
or your
tell
phone number as
that
it
people
was in
genuinely love the
2021?
shit that
No.
you give them. It
My phone number is
is
7036.
expensive to gift
So it's one digit off.
Right.
crochet items,
But otherwise, that information.
but
appears
it's
accurate.
super
Right.
fucking worth it. Hey,
Does your husband have the
how much
number?
yarn does it take to make one of those bags? So little.
No, we actually have the
Very.
same
It does not take much at all.
host address.
Less than a ball of
Both
yarn.
cell phone numbers end in 7036
But I want to watch you.
and our home number is 7036.
But I will be here tomorrow.
But Kristen
And hopefully you
gave
won't
a heads
have
up about the 30th
migraine.
That Chandler was going to be by himself.
Yes.
You were kind of on call.
Yes.
At any point in time, on the 30th, anytime before, after, did Krista reach out to you and ask
The
you
pattern
if
is
they'd be
very, very
available
easy to
during the
find.
July 4th weekend for Chandler?
No.
If you're thinking about making them for the shop or something,
About
Bumble
plans
Kitty.
to go to the cabin over the July 4th weekend.
No.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 36.
And I'm going to turn specifically to page.
Okay, I'm sorry about this. You know, do not be sorry. You go take care of yourself.
And the
You get to
last
feeling
text on there,
better.
Is that the text that Krista sent you?
You have nothing to be sorry for. I hope you feel better very soon.
That's okay. Hi, would it be okay to give your telephone number to Chandler tomorrow as a backup in case of an emergency? Does that appear to be accurate, what I read?
Yes.
And does it sound right that that was sent on June 29th of 2021 at 9:26 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
If Krista would have went to the cabin, would it be unlike her to not have somebody check in on Chandler considering his medical condition?
No,
counter objection calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase.
I just realized that we did not pause after. We're gonna pause right now. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm so sorry, guys. I have to pee really bad, and also I
Yes.
want to grab something to secure this project.
Yes.
So that it's easier to flip back and forth. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Any objection?
I apologize. Okay, we're back. Hi, everybody. Once you guys are ready, I am also ready. So if I could just get 4 readies in chat, I'll go ahead and get to getting. Oh, fuck, I forgot to get something to secure this. That's okay, though. It's fine. Oh, that's 2. Thank you. Hell yeah. Jen, how are you? It's so good to see you. Oh, I can't believe I let this track start playing. So sorry for the abrupt music ending. Everybody say hi to Jen. That's somebody we've got r/old school cool in the chat right now. It's good to see you, Jen. How are you? Okay, I am going to go ahead and start it.
No objection.
It is received.
Let me know, anybody, if you want to back it up or anything. I'm very good, Jen. Thank you for asking. I'm in a good mood today. I'm in a really good mood today. Hi, sweet boy.
Miss Sidwell, how did you find out that Bart and Krista were missing?
I received a few phone calls, cell phone calls, and I wasn't answering it because I didn't recognize the number. And when I
Sweet kitty boy.
did look at it, I saw there was a voicemail. It was from Deputy Nelson, I believe.
Oh,
Did Chandler reach out to you at all for assistance during the July 4th weekend?
No.
Okay,
At any
Forest
point,
Crawler,
did he
take your
reach
time.
out to you to tell you
We'll
his
be
parents
here.
were missing?
No.
We're here for at least another 3
No further
hours.
questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a good remainder of your day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Where's my sheet? We could do that.
Mastro has a special talent for showing his raw asshole to chat.
While Ms. Reming's preparing, the state calls Detective Bill Hendrickson of the Dane County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. Detective, if you're comfortable and believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
That's because Mastro
William
is
A.
a king.
Hendrickson,
He is a king.
HENDRICKSON.
Oh my God! Thank you so much. That's really nice.
I'm a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
Jen,
How long have you been
Ugh.
employed as a detective?
I appreciate you.
I've
Thank
been with the
you.
county for 27 years. I've been a detective for 20 of those.
And before that, you were a deputy.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you did a
lot of buds
variety of
coming out
different
of the
tasks
woodwork,
in
just
regard to this
saying hi and being
Yes.
wonderful
And in
lately,
fact,
and
we're
it
probably
feels
gonna hear
really
from you
good.
multiple times.
Time to
telling
hydrate.
different
I think
parts
we
of the
can
story.
manage that.
I
Give me
believe so,
1
yes.
second here to finish the stitch.
So, at one point in the investigation, did detectives search for proof of life for Barton?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's basically looking for the last known date or time that we know that the victims were alive and well, going about their daily
My
routine,
water bottle is the
doing
size
things
of my
that people
fucking
would normally
torso.
do in their life.
I'm going to show you some exhibits. Exhibit 37, 38.
The Facebook algorithm showed me your post within a decent
Exhibit
time frame. That's
37.
sick. Yeah, I feel like
How would you describe
Facebook
exhibit
knows. Okay,
37?
I have a like wild theory about
37
Facebook. I
is
have
a
to pause
copy
and talk
of
about it.
financial
Actually,
records
do you guys want to hear my
for,
tinfoil
Chandler
fucking
Halderson.
conspiracy theory about Facebook? I think that Facebook fucking hates Twitch creators. I think that they will do anything to keep you on your site, on their site, for as long as possible. So when you post a link, an external link, like away from Facebook on your timeline, Facebook will either show it to people that they know don't interact with your posts very much, or will only show it like hours later if it's a time sensitive link. I think that that's true. I think that Facebook wants to be the king of streaming. And since Twitch right now is the king of streaming, anytime you link to Twitch, it will make sure that it doesn't show your friends right away. Zuck loves showing me your posts days later, so I believe it. Yeah, I have gotten that a lot of times. A lot of times. People tell me that a lot. Okay, sorry. That's my theory. My game theory. I did social media professionally. Can confirm. Oh, truly.
And Bart Halderson.
That's why I always put
Settlers
my
Bank
links
in
in
Windsor,
a
Wisconsin.
reply tweet instead of directly in the other tweet so that Twitter doesn't do that shit too.
Trying to find out if
Docs Pat,
they
I
have
would
been
love to hang
accessing our
out with
accounts,
Matt Pat. I love
making
Matt
purchases,
Pat.
if they're making
I know that
purchases in the
everybody
area
thinks he's a
or possibly
douchebag, but
somewhere
I
else
adore
and
him.
attempt to locate
I
them.
think he's wonderful.
Does that appear to be true and accurate records?
Question, is it
as you
weird
got
to
them
cook broccoli and
from
cauliflower in
Settlers
the
Bank?
oven because I'm just in a silly, goofy mood? No, I love cooking broccoli and cauliflower in the oven. Drizzle a little bit of olive oil and some salt and pepper over that with some dill.
Any objections?
No objection.
Parmesan if you're feeling super frisky.
Detective, I would ask to draw your attention to some of the last purchases or last accountings here for.
Is there a tinfoil hat emote for conspiracy time? I think that my friend Tinfoil Tom has one.
Purchases made on July 1st of.
They falsified their number of views for the Facebook
yes.
vids a while back. I am not surprised.
There was a purchase at the
They
Quick Trip store.
very,
It says Quick Trip
very,
Madison.
very much want me to live stream on Facebook.
$2.62, it looks like.
They, when I was
There was also one, it looks like it
streaming
was
on all
some
three
sort
at
of a
the same
prepayment
time.
with maybe UW Health in the amount of $30.
And were there any
It's
transactions that popped up on
Facebook rewarded me a lot for live
Yes,
streaming
there was a
on Facebook.
purchase at Qdoba, which is the East Madison location in front of East Town Mall. And that was the only one on
Like
that
they made
day.
it so that I could monetize super early. They wanted to give me crazy discounted rates on promoted posts
Yes, I do.
for my gaming content and stuff like that.
With some companies, they do. With other companies, it could be anywhere between 24 and 72 hours before it shows up on a bank statement.
Head of cauliflower absolutely douched in tahini and roasted his mom. Yeah, absolutely. Tahini, that sounds so good.
That's correct, yes.
That sounds
Did you do
so
any
good.
investigating to see when this purchase was actually made?
I did.
I would ask that you describe exhibits 38 and 39, please.
Okay, 38 is a photo that I took from inside the Qdoba. This would have been like a screenshot taken from video surveillance footage, which shows who I believe to be Bart and Krista Halderson on the date this purchase was
Corporation
made.
greedy in attempts to undermine
Exhibit
competitors
39
through
is a copy of the
questionable means that
receipt
hurt normal
regarding the
people.
purchase that was made that corresponds to this video footage.
And does exhibit 38 and 39 appear to be true and accurate depictions?
Doesn't sound like
They do,
much of a
yes.
conspiracy. Okay.
Into evidence at this time?
I just didn't want anybody
They
to
are
think that
received.
I was crazy. But then again, like, I feel like people are starting to see now. I think people are starting to see that late stage capitalism is a losing proposition for everyone but the richest of the rich. I think that people finally fucking get it.
Looking at the bank records, the amount of the purchase at Qdoba that popped up for July 2nd, what was that amount?
It's $26.43.
Corpse are going ham lately, and it's
And you
gross.
were
Yeah,
able
it's
to
and it's
track that
blatant.
amount
It's more
to this
blatant than it's
receipt.
ever
What's the date
been.
on the receipt on exhibit 39?
Like
The
they
date of
at
the
least
receipt is
had
of June
some
30th,
shame
2021 at 6:02 p.m.
June 30th.
in the 90s,
Correct.
but
48 hours.
now
Essentially, yes.
And then I'm going to publish exhibit 38. And is this the still from the surveillance video from the Qdoba location?
yeah,
It
Reaper.
is.
It's one of my favorite fucking things.
So even
Record
though
profits,
that
no
bank
staff
records
can't
showed
raise the
there was
wages.
activity
Yep.
on July 2nd, that
I once met a man who
activity
genuinely
actually
believed
took
that
place on
masks are a ploy to
In this
cause
instance, in
autism
regards to Qdoba, yes.
Is it somebody that I know?
Was there any other
Is
than
it my
what appeared
cousin?
to be prepayments?
That's on all of my
People paid their
Facebook
bills
posts.
automatically? Were there any other purchases that were of interest?
He's so stupid. I love him, but he's so fucking stupid.
There's a number of transactions that took place after the second at Target, and then there was, looks like some probably payroll deposits that went through before the second and then after the second. It looks like another payment, like an automatic payment to like TDS.
Okay, so some
auto pay.
automatic things that were.
Correct.
Arguing with those people
Yes.
in comments is my favorite pastime. Oh yeah, it's my hate porn. It's my hate porn. I have stepped away from doing it. I have stepped away from Facebook because I
did
spent too much time doing it, and I would let it. It would actually start to get me mad, and I was like, nope. That it's not fun anymore
Counsel, can
when
I
you're
ask a
spending this
clarifying
much
question?
time mad.
Is
so
Exhibit
it's time to step away from
37 the
Facebook, and I
records of an
did.
account belonging to Krista
And,
and Bart?
I do a lot
'Cause
less
I
of
thought
it
I heard
now.
you say Chandler and Bart.
Doesn't make me any less
It is
angry
Krista.
about
All right.
Republicans, though.
I actually believe that there's more than one bank record here, and there is an account that also is
You
Chandler
just
and
deep
Bart.
stabbed yourself on it. Well, go get cleaned up. Do you need stitches and stuff? Are you okay? Don't feel like you need to update us if you need to be taken care of. You need to go take
Madam
care
Clerk,
of yourself.
Did I move Exhibit 37
My
into
grandpa,
evidence?
while my grandma was in the hospital,
you.
refused to wear a
No
mask
further
because I can still breathe with the mask on.
cross-examination?
So what's the
No,
point?
thank you.
At this time, may the witness be excused but
Wow,
not released?
wow.
Yes.
Very
Needle
good. Thank
stab,
you,
just
Detective.
leaking a little. You don't have any thimbles or anything? Remind them that
Your Honor, could
capitalism
we
is
approach it this time?
incompatible with industrial societies because modern economic activity always produces pollution that damages people's private property, their bodies, without their consent in violation of capitalist principles. Yeah, I might want to patch that up. Yeah, if you're leaking. I feel like this fucking overlay just comes out of nowhere. But I'm wondering if it's just because I am terrible at paying attention. Are they doing this in the approach the bench situations now instead of just like showing? With like it muted or whatever?
The state believes that we're at a good point to break for the day because the next evidentiary issues that would be brought to your attention could take us past 5 o'clock. And since this was the first day, and everybody's now, I hope, figured out how this will work and the amount of time it takes and so forth, and was probably less, had probably a less restful night last night than you would have were it not for knowing you'd be here today. It's a good point for us to break. I will not see you again until tomorrow at 8:45 when I would like to begin. I appreciate everything today that you did as far as your timeliness. We were delayed, which delayed you, but we're going to press to not have that occur. I remind you again, after you leave the building here, don't discuss this with anyone in your home, anyone that you meet, anyone in your circle of friends or family. Don't take any steps to research or learn of anything. Avoid the news. Although I can tell you one thing. The order that I instituted as far as media does cover only what occurs in the courtroom, so that what anybody who's watching is seeing is what you're seeing. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean you should discuss what they've seen with them or that they should try and discuss that with you, let alone you're revisiting
This
that
guy looks
by
like my family.
searching out any of those media outlets that might be able to
Like,
replay
he looks
or
like he's
show you
related
what's
to
gone
me.
on. What you need to do
He
is
looks like a
leave
lot
here,
of
leave
people
this
that I
matter
am
out of your
related
mind,
to.
relax, have a good restful evening, and not allow yourself to
It's in the eyes,
come into
mostly.
contact with anything that would violate
But
the need
also
for you
jaw.
to stay only focused on what you hear and only exposed to what you hear in this room. So have a very good evening. If you can be here ready to go by 8:45, we'll be here before that and get things taken care of so that we can get a good start on
He's
tomorrow.
got good hair. He does have
And
good hair.
Again, if you need to bring lunch, do.
And he knows how to
I don't
fucking
know
style
how
it.
easy it is for you to
Like,
get
that's
out
a
and get
great
something. I
style
think it's
for
getting colder,
what
so
he's got
be
going
cautious
on.
there. Thank you very much.
I had to cheat and went on YouTube to know more about this case. By all means. Why is his bow tie so weird? I like his bow tie. All right. So now we have a decision to make, y'all. Do we want to move straight on to day 2, or do you guys want to break it up and do a dreading video? Like criminal psychology video for tonight, for the rest of the night. It's your call. Vote yay for keep it moving with court. Vote nay for doing a dreading video. This is so weird to see a judge be so nice to the audience, but low key is probably gonna have the killer give the killer a big sentence. What a dichotomy. Yeah, it's nuts. Okay, we're half and half here. You vote dreading because you're gonna have to leave soon? I heard criminal psychology and I love that shit. Okay, well, now it looks like... All right. The nays definitely have it now. So we'll go ahead and do a dreading for the rest of tonight. Let's go find one. We could watch this, which is this, but I don't think that we should yet. Oh my God, this one's brand new. I think we should just do this new one. Let's just do this new one.
The period of time between 13
See you later,
and
Jen.
19
Thank you
years
so
old
much.
is often referred.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. It was good to see you. That made my night. I feel like... okay. Okay. I'll just wait for a couple of readies in chat before I move on. I would love to see 4 readies. And then we'll get to getting. That's 4. All right, let's do it.
To as the best time of a person's life. It's that perfect sweet
Hi, babe.
spot between when you are a child and have no responsibilities versus
I
when
would
you're an
love a
adult
small
and have to worry
snack.
about the world. A time where you've grown physically into the person you are going to become, but don't have to worry about bills, taxes, or any long-term repercussions. Everything is supposed to be easy and carefree, and if you were to ask most adults, they would give their right arm to be able to go back to this time in their life just to do it all again. But how true is this statement? Most teens would argue that it isn't true. The cocktail of intense hormones turns emotions up to 11, and every stressor becomes unbearable. Every moment of embarrassment feels like it's the end of your life, and most find themselves being bullied, if not by others, then by themselves. That pressure is only
true.
amplified by public
Thanks, babe.
schooling and society, telling these slightly
At a
tolerant
half
children
moon.
that
I'm
every
gonna eat
decision they
it.
make is now the most important decision of their life. Everything they do, every grade they get, every test they take will determine if they end
Every
up on the
little
streets
thing you
or at
do
a big
is
fancy
magic.
corporate job. And if you come up slightly short of their standards, no doubt you are going to
I
be
have a
told
garbage
that you
can.
have failed in some way. Ask any teen about the insane pressures they are under, and they will tell you the same. It really is only adults who feel like they squandered their youth and want to go back to a time before bills and other overarching responsibilities that would say being a teen should be the best time in their life. Now add a severe, undiagnosed, debilitating mental illness into the mix, and now we have a recipe for disaster. Welcome to today's episode of Dreading. We are going to be talking about the case of Kipland Kinkle, which is a case we were made aware of by one of our subscribers, Tanya Williams. We hope we do this case the justice it deserves, and if there are any other cases that you would like us to cover, please leave them in the comments below, as we are always searching for cases
these
that
are so
deserve
good.
more reporting. We also want to thank you for the swell of support on this channel, as well as remind you that if you like this video or this kind of content, please hit the like button and subscribe. With all that stated, let us begin. Bill was an outgoing man who was extroverted to the point of excess. He enjoyed being around people and getting to know everyone around him in a way most didn't understand. It was said that Bill could go into a room knowing no one and come out being everyone's best friend. His wife, Faith, was similar, to a lesser degree. She was a bit quieter and seemed to be more attuned to the emotions of those around her, taking time to try and understand each person she came across and provide them a listening ear. The pair perfectly offset each other, so much so that when they happened to cross paths, they fell in love almost instantaneously. They both
Aw.
loved to travel and loved learning about other cultures.
This is
They
gonna get
constantly were
really
trying to
sad
learn new
soon. I need
things,
to
go
stop
new
getting up
places,
in my
and wanted
feels.
to give back to the world just as much as they took. And that didn't stop when the pair got married, or even when they became parents. December 22nd, 1976, their first child, Kristen Kinkle, was born, and she was everything that Bill and Faith had hoped for.
Kristen
From early
Kinkle is an
on, Bill and
amazing
Faith
name.
instilled a passion for
Amazing.
learning into Kristen, and she took to knowledge like a fish to water. She was a gifted student, able to learn without studying or really working that hard, and her parents showered her with adoration. She was able to understand and process concepts far beyond her years at
God
an
damn it,
extremely
I
young
love
age.
this family.
And both Faith and Bill were excessively proud of the things she would do. Bill and Faith were not the typical parents of their time. In fact, a lot of the parenting decisions they made were considered odd to the people around them, as they felt as if it was their job to guide their children respectfully through life, fully rejecting the social norm that encouraged strong discipline and corporal
I'm sorry, you
punishment.
named
They
your
wanted to
kid
encourage good
Chris
behavior in their
Kringle?
children by simply encouraging it, and rather than acting out of anger, they used disappointment as their discipline. When Kristen turned 5, her mother announced that she was pregnant, and on August 30th, 1982, Kipland Kinkle was
Speaking
born.
of funny Chris
Unlike
names,
Kristen,
I think we all
Kip's
owe
early
Chris
life was
Crocker
a
an
struggle.
apology.
Things didn't come easily for Kip, and
Am
he
I
had
wrong?
an increasingly hard time
No.
learning. Reading made no sense to him, and he would get frustrated when trying to
I
write.
think we
His
all
family
owe
didn't
that
make
guy
things
an
easier,
apology.
as Kristen, being the older sister, would playfully tease him for his small mistakes, and his parents would outwardly state that they were concerned about how little he could pick up. They didn't understand how learning came so easily to one of their children and not to the other, but surmised that one day something
God,
would just
please.
click for Kip, and he'd blossom into the student they wanted him
I'm
to
so
be.
sorry,
In
everybody.
1986, when Kip was just 4, Faith and Bill made the decision to move to Spain for 1 year. They both had wanted to spend time in another country and take in another culture. And when the opportunity came for Bill to take a sabbatical, they jumped at the chance. The family moved to Seville, in the south of Spain, and enrolled Kristen and Kip into school. Kristen was supposed to be in 5th grade. However, she was placed in the 3rd grade class, as that was the only teacher in the school who could speak and understand English. Despite being placed in 2 grades below, Kristen did well, quickly picking up Spanish and making friends with almost everyone in her class. Once again, she flourished in this environment and was able to exceed her parents' expectations of her. Meanwhile, Kip was placed in a kindergarten class with a teacher who didn't speak English and couldn't understand him. For Kip, this was more than frustrating. He had spent so much time and energy learning the basics of English, learning to read and write from his parents, who couldn't understand why he was struggling when placed next to his sister. And he was plucked out of that environment and placed into a new one, where once again he knew nothing. He was frustrated, confused, and beyond stressed, trying his best just to figure out how to fit in. Going to class
See you
was
later, Ian.
overwhelming.
Have a good
The
one. Thanks
idea
for
of
hanging
learning
out. It
and
was
taking
it
tests
really
was infuriating.
was
And worse
special
still,
to see you
every other
here.
member of the family seemed to be doing fine. His father was taking classes at the college in town. His mother was enjoying the time away, and his sister had become popular at school almost overnight. He felt like an outcast of the family, but he still tried to make the best of it. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't just the schoolwork he had a hard time with, as he began to be bullied in class. Due to his lack of understanding and his struggles with the language, Kip was almost immediately targeted by another kid for being different, and lacking the ability to stand up for himself. Kip didn't know how to properly respond. The family saw that Kip was struggling, and when they moved back to Oregon at the end of the year, they hoped that Kip would turn the corner and feel better. They hoped that maybe the anxiety he felt and the struggle to learn had just been because they put him in a class that was entirely Spanish speaking, and that once he entered the 1st grade, he'd do better. But unfortunately, that was not the case. If anything, Kip struggled more. Anything that involved reading or writing seemed to be extraordinarily difficult for Kip. He was constantly misspelling simple words, confusing E's for 3's, D's for B's, and vice versa. His parents felt like they were at a loss. They would help him with his homework and watch him make simple mistakes over and over again, which frustrated him more than anything. He was embarrassed because he knew that his sister hadn't struggled as much, and he felt like he was disappointing his parents every time he would ask them for help. His
so
parents, for what it's
sad.
worth, never tried to vocalize their frustration
it just
around
sounds like
Kip,
he was
not wanting to make him
dyslexic.
feel bad. But still, Kip could feel his parents' own frustration, and that made it all the worse. In his
Aw.
effort to keep up with Kristen and impress his parents, Kip would spend hours each night studying, trying his best to get the grades that came so easily for his sister. But despite his best attempts, he would
Poor baby
consistently
boy.
fall short in most of his classes, with the exception of his science and math classes, in which he excelled. Because of his struggle, Kip was held back in the first grade, a decision made by both his parents and the school. This decision only further isolated him and made him feel as if something was deeply amiss with him. He watched as all of his friends moved on and went to second grade, and couldn't help but feel as if everyone around him was abandoning him. Kip had already struggled to make the few friends he had at school, and with them moving on without him, he felt like he had to start all over again. It was as if every time Kip felt like he had some stability, the rug was ripped out from under him. When Kip finally made it to second grade, his parents, wanting to figure out what was going on with their son, asked the school to test Kip to see if he needed to be in special education classes. Surprisingly enough, Kip scored above the 90th percentile on the intelligence test, meaning that he was incredibly gifted and intelligent, even though that seemed impossible to his parents. If anything, he was brilliant. He just lacked the ability to properly showcase his knowledge in an academic environment. He also did well on the neurological screening. However, when he was tested on his motor skills, he scored remarkably low, and his teacher noted that he had great issues with spelling, issues that were not considered normal for a kid in second grade. She observed him during a spelling test, and noticed that he seemed to be much more focused than anyone in the class, and was struggling throughout. She also observed that he had a lot of difficulty spelling his own name, something that should have been commonplace at that point. However, because of his high scores in the intelligence portion of the test, Kip didn't qualify, meaning that he would continue in his regular classes without any accommodations. Kip continued to struggle,
this
but was
poor
able to
kid
move
just
on
was
at the end of
failed
the year.
over
Once
and
again, he was
over.
tested at the behest of his parents, and this time qualified for special education services, and a plan for special services was drawn up just for him. This allowed for his own lesson plan to be created, something that would suit his personal needs. With this accommodation
later,
given to
Bumble
him
Kitty Store.
for the
Thanks
first
for
time in
hanging
his
out.
life, Kip was able to excel. He received nothing but A's and B's on his report card that year, something that was once thought of as impossible, and his parents praised him, noting how hard he had worked to overcome his issues. Though they didn't know exactly what was wrong, they felt as if he had turned the corner and made amazing progress, and hoped that he would continue down this path. It wasn't long until they were finally able to put a name on Kip's problem, and that name was dyslexia. This diagnosis seemed to open the door for Kip, because now everyone around him understood what he was going through and why he was having such a hard time. His parents were elated that they finally knew what was wrong with Kip, but for him, it didn't necessarily matter. Throughout his short life, Kip had felt like he was being sabotaged by his own brain, and just because he had a name for why didn't mean it was going to stop.
Ethan,
He
that's
often
something to
compared
ponder.
himself to his sister, who he viewed as being the golden child. Everything that he had struggled with, she had been able to do no problem, and he couldn't help but feel as if he were a disappointment to the family.
God, that's
Kip
so
felt like an
sad.
outcast in his own family, and even
I
more of an outcast at school.
just
He
wanna
continued
hug
to be
this
picked on
poor
by
baby.
others, and spoke to a family friend about how he couldn't even use the school's water fountains without fear of someone pushing his head in. He begged his parents to let him take karate, hoping that if he could properly defend himself, he would be able to assimilate more. His parents bristled at this idea, fearing that karate was much too violent of a sport to be invested in, but eventually relented with the hopes that it would help Kip make more friends. Neither of their hopes came to fruition, though. As time went on, the divide between Kip and his parents grew. His parents had used disappointment as a punishment for his sister and him their entire lives, and he had begun to feel like that was all he was to them, especially in comparison to Kristen. Kip felt like his parents couldn't possibly understand him, given the large generational divide between them. He had begun getting more into karate and music like Nine Inch Nails, and he felt like his parents constantly looked down upon him for it. And for their part, Bill and Faith were worried about Kip, finding his interests to be much too dark. Kristen became kind of a translator for the family, going between her and her brother and her parents in order to help them communicate and sort through their issues. When her
The
parents
song makes
began
me
to
think of
question
that
what was
song
wrong with
Lydia
Kip
by
and feel as
Highly
if he was going off the
Suspect.
deep end, she would center them and remind them that he was a teenage boy who was just learning to express himself.
That
Likewise,
damn
when
rock
Kip
and roll
felt like he was alone in the family and that his parents secretly hated him, she would tell him that that wasn't the case. And even though they didn't quite know how to show it, his parents loved him just as much. However, being 6 years older than Kip, when he was in 7th grade, she left to go to a college that was out of state, and things only got harder for the family. Neither party had someone on the outside, mediating their conflicts, reminding the other to take time and be kind. And so the rift only grew. Kip began to express his frustration with his parents' lack of understanding with anger, feeling as if they resented him and wanted nothing more than for him to go away, which Bill and Faith responded to by again telling Kip that they were disappointed in him. The family was stuck in a cycle of misunderstanding and miscommunication, and it would only get worse. Around this time, Kip had made a couple of friends. Like Kip, his friends were considered loners and outcasts.
I
And
really
upon meeting them, Bill and
blame
Faith
the
felt as
parents
if their
for
son
the
had fallen
way
in with
this
the wrong
goes.
crowd.
I
They
feel
felt as
bad,
if he was
but
going
like,
to be corrupted by these new influences. And when Kip began to listen to bands like Nine Inch Nails, they felt validated in that
dyslexia
thought. But
doesn't
for the
have
first
to lead
time,
to murder.
Kip felt as if he had people around him who didn't judge him, who understood where he was coming from, and properly partnered his enthusiasm about the things he was interested in. For a while, Kip had been expressing a deep interest in guns and explosives. Both Bill and Faith had done what they could to discourage this interest, reminding him how dangerous guns were, and telling him that he was not allowed to own any. But nothing they did dampened his desire. He quickly learned all he could about guns, figuring out how to properly take them apart and put them back together. He would talk about guns incessantly with his friends, who likewise found them interesting. While researching their shared interest using a school computer one day, Kip and a couple of friends stumbled upon the Anarchist Cookbook, a book that has its own sordid history. The book itself teaches the reader how to make bombs and
guns
other
aren't dangerous,
explosives.
people
And after
are.
finding it online, Kip and his friends decided that they would purchase it, along with items to make a bomb. None of them wanted the purchase to be linked back to
People
them,
are a
so they
lot
had the
less
items
dangerous
sent
when
to
they
the
don't
school.
have
But
guns.
seeing as they
Guns
were
are
in 7th grade and
dangerous.
hadn't thought through their plan, when the book and the bomb-making
It's
items
naive to
arrived,
pretend
Kip
that
and
they
his
aren't.
friends
Nice
were
to
suspended.
Josiah, love
Shortly
ya.
after
I
this,
just
Kip was
disagree
also
with
caught
that.
shoplifting CDs from his local Target with some of those friends. Both these instances deeply worried Faith. She believed that her son was changing into a person that she didn't know,
No.
and that these instances
You
of
guys,
teen
I
rebellion and
messed
idiocy were a
up.
sign of something deeper and darker going on. And for that, she would be right.
Wait.
During this time,
Did I?
Kip had begun to hear voices in his head. According to Kip, one day when he was walking home from school, he heard a voice in his head that sounded like it was playing in surround sound, telling him that he needed to murder people. When asked about it, Kip said,
But I don't know
"It scared
how."
the shit out of me. I was confused. It seemed like something was seriously wrong. I ran into the house and cried in my room. It said other things
I'm in
too,
Australia with
like
super
you're a
strict
stupid
gun
piece
laws,
of
and I
shit,
agree with
you're
you.
worth
People can't
nothing,
get
and
shot
some
if guns
jumbled
are
words that
available.
I couldn't
100%.
understand. Kip believed that the voices were either the devil speaking to him, or that they were the product of a microchip that either the Chinese government or the Disney Corporation had implanted into his head, and that they were instructing him on what he needed to do. They
Okay.
convinced him that there would be an
So he
invasion on
got
U.S. soil soon from China,
schizophrenia
and that he would need guns in
also.
order to protect
He developed
himself. They
schizophrenia
also
on
would go
top.
further to try and convince him
Man,
that his
this
parents hated him
is
and often
so
were
sad.
conspiring against him,
This
wishing
is
he would
very
die so they
sad.
wouldn't have to explain how stupid he was to their friends. He was petrified of these voices, often being reduced to a sobbing mess when they would manifest. To make things worse, these voices would appear in times of stress, making arguments with his parents or classmates even worse. He went on to elaborate about these voices, saying, "One voice always tells me what to do. It's an authoritarian, loud. The doctor gave that voice the title A. The B voice tells me I'm a piece of shit, a put-down kind of voice. There was also a third voice, and this one served to amplify things being said by others, repeating statements until he couldn't think of anything else." Kip knew that there was something deeply wrong with him when he began to hear these voices. However, he was terrified to talk to anyone about them. His life had been filled with people rejecting him
fucked
for
up the
things he
broccoli.
couldn't
Oh,
control.
no.
He had felt rejected by his
I'm so
parents,
sorry.
as if he was a burden on them. He felt rejected by the school system, being unable to process things in a way the school deemed acceptable. And he felt rejected by his classmates, constantly being bullied, and only now finding a group of people who accepted him. He knew above everything else that if his parents knew he was hearing voices, or if anyone at school found out, he would be labeled as mentally ill, and they would reject him even further. With that in mind, he decided
This is
that
why
he was
it's
going
so
to do
important
what
to
he could to hide the voices
destigmatize
from everyone
mental
around him,
health
paranoid of what it would
topics,
mean for his life
everyone.
if anyone were to find out. It's important to note that at this point onward in Kip's life, he would be living with undiagnosed paranoid schizophrenia. Every time his parents would discipline him from this point onwards, he would be hearing their words along with a cacophony of voices in his head, telling him to kill himself and them, and that they hate him and want him gone. Every time they would
God,
state
that's
they were
so
disappointed in
fucking
him, he
sad.
would feel that tenfold, and it would only get worse. After hearing the voices for the first time, and becoming convinced by them that he would need to have a small armory on hand, Kinkle bought a sawed-off shotgun from one of his friends, paying special mind to hide it in his room so his parents wouldn't know he had a weapon at all. Despite the fact that Kip had begun hearing voices and had bought his first weapon, he appeared to be doing a bit better. Faith still believed that he had fallen into the wrong crowd. Both parents had a hard time engaging with their son, but he didn't appear to be acting out as much. That is, until January 4th, when he was on a trip with a friend in Bend, Oregon. His friend's family had invited him to a snowboarding clinic over New Year's, and during the trip, the two boys had snuck onto a highway overpass. While looking down at the cars, the boys, not considering the danger to the people driving, decided to throw rocks at cars below. To them, it seemed like harmless fun. They were completely unaware that doing so was a felony offense. One of the rocks they threw struck a car below, and although no one was hurt, the police were called. Kip's friend was caught on the overpass, still throwing rocks by the time the police arrived, but he was quick to tell them that Kinkle had been throwing rocks with him. When the police arrived at the hotel and explained to him what had happened, he broke down sobbing, immediately asking if anyone had been hurt. The police officer placed him under arrest and took him down to the Department of Youth Services. It was there that Faith and Bill picked him up at 1 a.m., driving 4 hours round trip. This car ride, according to Kip, was like hell. His parents laid into him, telling him that they didn't know what to do with him anymore, and that he was going down a dark path, and they couldn't be more disappointed in him. Kip was being charged with a felony, and his parents made a point to tell him how much that would affect his life, from getting a job to being passed over for schools. Everything they said was amplified further with the voices in his head, telling him that they'd be happier if he was dead. This instance marked a true turning point for the family. Faith was truly scared about the path she saw her son going down. No longer were it petty crimes like shoplifting or little arguments about grades. He had gotten a felony, and she thought it was in the family's best interest to try and get some outside help. She also wanted to repair the damaged relationship between Kip and his father, noticing how they seemed completely unable to find any common ground. Faith pitched the idea of going with Kip to a psychologist and getting him professional mental help. But Bill was opposed to this. He stated that he believed that psychologists were more in the same vein of health professionals
that
as
feeling that you
chiropractors
get
were, and that they were
when
unnecessary.
you have a bag of candy and there's an accidental wrong piece of candy, but it's a kind of candy you like anyway that is slipped into that bag of candy, like a runt in your Lifesavers or whatever, vice versa. I guess probably not many accidental different candies in Lifesavers, but regardless, that's the feeling that I just got since you follow my channel. Thank you so much for being my unexpected sweet. I appreciate you.
And really only exists to extort vulnerable people. He didn't think anything would be gained by paying for Kip to go to therapy, much less going with him. But Faith begged, stating that they had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Finally, Bill relented, stating that her and Kip could go, but he wouldn't be wasting his time at these sessions. At his first session, when Faith brought up Kip's relationship with his father and how she was hoping that counseling would improve that relationship, Kip began to cry. Kip stated that while he believed that his mother loved him, he believed she saw him as a good kid with bad habits, whereas his father thought of him as a bad kid with bad habits, and expected nothing but the worst from him. He felt as if his father was embarrassed by him, and no matter what he did, that relationship could never be repaired. It didn't help that Bill hadn't gone to the appointment. When asked about his proclivity to explosives and guns, Kip told Dr. Hicks that they helped him release his anger and frustration. Throughout his life, because of his learning disability and his self-esteem issues, Kip had always felt like no one could understand him. When he spoke, it only seemed to make people angry with him, and no one ever seemed to get where he was coming from.
Sorry, we'll be back
this,
to the Chandler case tomorrow.
He would try his best to bottle up these emotions.
We ended day
but they would
one,
inevitably come out,
and
but in a
people
less productive
voted
way.
to
Both
do a
guns
different
and
video
bombs
for the
gave
rest
him a
of
productive
tonight.
way to release
But
his
we're going
anger
to start
in a way
day
that no one
2
would
of the
get hurt.
Halderson
He
trial
recalled going to a
tomorrow.
quarry by his home after a particularly bad day, and setting off multiple small explosions until he felt better, and how it was better than talking it out.
DREADING.
This admission on his part
And then in
helped Faith
parentheses,
gain a small
crime
bit
and
of clarity into what
psychology.
her son was going through, and how, to him, guns weren't necessarily a tool of violence, but communication. Despite opening up about various aspects of his life, including things he had never previously spoken about, Kip was sure to keep the negative voices in his head a secret. After the session, Hicks diagnosed Kip with major depressive disorder and concluded that Kip had difficulty
that.
managing anger, but maintained
sucks.
that they would benefit
It
from
is
seeing
not
him
a
a couple
fun
times
time.
per month. Each session marked a notable improvement on Kip's part. He stated that while he was still depressed, he had no thoughts of suicide, and Faith had noted that after their first session, she spoke with Bill and he had begun to make a more concerted effort to relate to his son. This in
Here's
turn
the
led to
link
Bill
for
deciding
everybody.
to take up Kip's interest
Definitely,
in guns
definitely
and use it as a bonding
subscribe
exercise.
to this
He began
channel
asking
and
Kip about
favorite
his
the
special
videos.
interest, taking
Please
time to
and
learn
thank
about
you.
it himself.
He was
and
very
having
nice
all-out
when we
discussions about
emailed
it.
back
this
and
was one of
forth.
the first times they had bonded
Um,
over anything, and Kip
very
was
cool
beginning to
dude.
feel as if his
And we
father wasn't
support,
so
we
ashamed of
stand.
him anymore. However, at the same time, Kip had been unfairly suspended from school. While Kip was drinking at a water fountain, a kid had come up behind him and pushed him. Instead of shaking it off, Kip kicked the other boy in the head, knocking him to the ground. He was suspended for a day, while the other boy was not punished at all. Shortly after, in another instance of bullying, Kip retaliated by throwing a pencil at the other party, and was once again suspended for 3 days. Despite these setbacks, Faith applauded her son for the progress he had made, and stated she was
one of
proud of how
Bose's
far he had come
fans!
in such a short amount of time. It was
I
at the
love
therapy
Bose.
session
I think
directly
she's so
after
great.
this one that Dr. Hicks recommended that Kip try an antidepressant, more specifically, Prozac. Before we go any further, we want to emphasize that we do not condemn or negate the benefit of using any antidepressant or any medical treatment for depression. We bring it up here in order to give full context as to what happened in this case specifically. Nothing more, nothing less. Everything we state here is based on third-party research and expert testimony
not
that was
Prozac?
given about this case
Why
by
no, not
licensed
Prozac
professionals.
has saved
The
a
90s
lot of
saw a big
lives.
swell in new drugs coming onto the market for everything from allergies, erectile dysfunction, to antidepressants. Pharmaceutical companies would
Did you
send
have
out
a
their own
rough time with
representatives
Prozac?
to go to different
Or do
medical
you know
practices
somebody that did?
and
I
encourage
get-
the doctors
you
there
don't-
to
you are
prescribe
not
their company's
all
drugs.
obligated to
They would
answer
offer
that.
them
I'm sorry.
benefits,
That's none of
expensive
my
items,
business.
5-star dinners, even financial kickbacks if they pushed their drugs on more of their patients. And it was because of this that drugs like Prozac,
Prozac did
which
not
were
work very
largely
well for
untested
me.
on minors, were prescribed to them. At the time, the full effects of the drug were unknown,
Welcome back,
especially
Forrest
on
Caller.
teens. However, after seeing the amazing amount of progress that Kip had made off of therapy alone, Hicks recommended the new drug. Almost immediately, Faith, Bill, and Kip noticed a difference.
Prozac
12
has the
days
worst
later,
side
at their
effects
next
of all the
session, Kip himself
antidepressants.
reported that he was
Do
sleeping
not
better,
start someone
having
with
fewer
that drug.
outbursts,
You work
and
up
appeared
to
to be
it.
less depressed.
I was
Because of
started
this immense
with
progress
Prozac.
and
Prozac was
continued
the first one
want
I
to
was
bond with him,
put on.
Bill bought Kip a 9mm Glock. Bill stated that it was to stay in his own possession until
That's
Kip
crazy.
turned
I didn't know any
21,
of this
and that
stuff.
he would have to pay him back for the gun. However, if he wanted to use it, they would go shooting together. Everything seemed to be getting better. After only 6 months of counseling, the family was closer than ever. Bill and Kip were spending time together, Faith had rebuilt her relationship with her son, and Kip finally felt in control of his emotions. Counseling had helped him communicate with his mother without fear of anger
Yeah,
or
Prozac,
judgment,
then
and he had been
Wellbutrin,
finally able to get through to
then
his parents in a
sertraline,
healthy and productive way. Unfortunately,
then
this improvement
Vibrid.
led to Bill and Faith deciding that further therapy
And
was no
none of
longer
them
necessary,
helped.
and that all
Like,
of Kip's
none of
problems
them-
were just
I
a
feel
thing
like
of the
there was
past.
another one
They
in
thought
there,
they had cured
too.
it. Along with
Well,
them
that's not
deciding
true. Not
to
none
no
of them
longer
helped.
take
A bunch
Kip
of
to
them helped,
therapy,
but the
they
side
made the
effects
decision
were
that after Kip's
so
supply
bad
of
that it
Prozac
wasn't
would
worth
run
it.
out, they would not be refilling it. Believing once again he
doctor
was cured.
said that
Prozac, as an SSRI, increases levels of serotonin in the
it
brain,
probably is
which
pertinent
results in an
to
elevated
treat
mood.
my
However,
ADD
because of the
to
effects
see
that
if that
SSRIs
helps
have on the
better
brain, deciding to simply not take them anymore
than
and cutting them
treating
off out
depression.
completely tends to lead to radical withdrawal symptoms that can last anywhere between 3 weeks to a year. These symptoms include, but are not limited to, irritability, nausea, dizziness, nightmares, headache, depression, suicidal ideation, mania, paresthesias, and hypersensitivity to sound. We now know that weaning one off of Prozac or any SSRI is a long-term process that should be handled with care. However, Bill and Faith had no way of knowing the effects that decision would have on their son. After their final session in July of 1997, Kip started his first and only year of high school, where he was asked to join the football team,
Never
began
ever
dating his
dry
first ever
swallow
girlfriend,
sertraline.
and seemed to
I
be
did it
improving.
twice,
As a reward for his
and,
excellent
both
behavior,
times
Bill bought
I
Kip a
paid for it
22
in a
semi-automatic
big way. I
rifle,
didn't
with
realize
the
the
understanding
first time
that
that
he would
was the
only be able
reason
to
that I
use
was
it with
feeling
adult
so
supervision.
nucky.
This would be the
But,
third
the
gun
second
that Kip
time
would
when it
own.
happened again,
The
I
two
was
his
like,
father had bought for him, and the sawed-off shotgun he had purchased from a friend. But as the semester came to a close, it seemed that the family had begun to notice that Kip was acting strangely again. He hadn't done anything too off-putting, however, but while talking to a man at the airport, Bill spoke about how he was worried about Kip and described him as troubled. He talked about his proclivity towards explosives and guns, and despite getting treatment, he had begun to be more secretive over the past couple months. His behavior seemed to be going back to the way it had been prior to therapy, and all of the tools and understanding that they had been
I only ever
working
did it
on
twice,
seemed
and
to
I
fly out
paid
the
for
door.
it
Once
huge.
again, Kip was pushing his parents out,
It starts
and they
to
had
break
no
down
idea as
in
to
your
why.
esophagus,
Any
and it
attempts to get
harms
closer
your
to him
esophagus.
seemed to backfire,
It, like,
and they were left
burns
in the
your
dark, hoping that
esophagus.
one day he'd open the door and go back to how he
Yeah,
was. But
definitely,
Kip was growing
definitely
through
start
the
taking
throes
that
of
with
adolescence,
water.
also while battling an intense SSRI withdrawal.
Because
He was
you've gotten
barely
lucky
sleeping,
so
hardly
far,
eating,
but
and to make
sertraline,
matters worse, his first
if it
girlfriend had
starts
broken
to
up
break
with
down
him.
in your
Once
esophagus,
again,
you're
Kip had been
fucked.
rejected, but this
Like,
pain was
you're
far worse
just
than what he had
doing
felt
damage
before.
to your esophagus.
The following is an entry from Kip's journal during this time. I sit here
Son of a
all alone.
bitch.
I am always alone. I don't know who I am. I want to be something I can never be. I try so hard every day, but in the end, I hate myself for what I've become. Every single person I know means nothing to me. I hate every person on this earth. I wish they could all just go away. You all make me sick. I wish I was dead. The only reason I stay alive is because of hope. Even though I am repulsive, and few people know who I am, I still feel things might, maybe, just get a little bit better. I don't understand any fucking person on this earth. Some of you are so weak, mainly, that a 4-year-old could push you down. I am strong, but my head just doesn't work right. I know I should be happy with what I have, but I hate living. Every time I talk to her, I have a small amount of hope, but then she will tear me right down. It feels like my heart is breaking. But is that possible? I am so consumed with hate all the time. Could I ever love anyone? I have feelings, but do I have a heart that's not black and full of animosity? I know everyone thinks this way sometimes, but I am so full of rage I feel that I could snap at any moment. I think about it every day, blowing the school up, or just taking the easy way out, and walk into a pep assembly with guns. In either case, people that are breathing will stop breathing. That is how I repay all of you motherfuckers for all you put me through. I feel like everyone is against me, but no one ever makes fun of me, mainly because they think I'm a psycho. There's one kid above all others that I want to kill. I want nothing more than to put a hole in his head. The one reason I don't hope that tomorrow will be better. As soon as my hope is gone, people die. I ask myself why I hate more than anyone else. I don't know, but my head and heart want him dead. He only knows who I am through reputation, and I know he is scared of me. He should be. One bad day, and there will be a sawed-off shotgun in his face, or 5 pounds of Semtex under his bed. I need help. But there is one person that could help, but she won't. I need to find someone else. I think I love her, but she could never love me. I don't know why I try. Oh fuck, I sound so pitiful. People would laugh at this if they read it. I hate being laughed at, but they won't laugh after they're scraping parts of their parents, sisters, brothers, and friends from the wall of my hate. Please, someone, help me. All I want is something small. Nothing big, I just want to be happy. End. New day. Today, of all days, I ask her to help me. I was shot down. I feel like my heart has been ripped open and ripped apart. Right now, I'm drunk, so I don't know what the hell is happening to me.
Willow,
it is clear that no one will help me. Oh God, I'm so close to killing people. So close.
I'm so excited
I
to
gave
look
her
at
all
puppy
I
pictures.
have, and she just threw it away. Why? Why did God just want me to be in complete misery? I need to find more weapons. My parents are trying to take away some of my guns. My guns are the only things that haven't stabbed me in the back. My eyes hurt. They hurt so bad. They feel like they are trying to crawl out of my head. Why aren't I normal? Help me. No one will. I will kill every last motherfucking one of you. The thought of you is still racing in my head. I am too drunk to make sense. Every time I see your face, my heart is shot with an arrow. I think she will say yes, but she doesn't, does she? She says, I don't know. The 3 most fucked up words in the English language. I want you to feel this, be this, taste this, kill this. Kill me. Oh God, I don't want to live. Will I see it to the end? What kind of dad would I make? All humans are evil. I just want to end the world of evil. I don't want to see, hear, speak, or feel evil, but I can't help it. I am evil. I want to kill and give pain without a cost, and there is no such thing. We kill him. We killed him a long time ago. Anyone who believes in God is a fucking sheep. If there was a God, he wouldn't let me feel the way I do. Love isn't real. Only hate remains. Only hate. At the same time, in response to an essay he had to write on love at first sight, Kip wrote this. Love sucks. No, I don't believe in love at first sight because love is an evil plot to make people buy alcohol and firearms. When you love someone or something, it is always taken away from you. I also would like to add that I hate each and every one of you because everything I touch turns to shit. I think if you think you fall in love with someone at the first sight, it might just be lust. Love at first sight is only in movies, where the people in movies are better than you. That is why you go to a pawn shop and buy an AK-15, because you were going to execute every last motherfucking one of you. If I had a heart, it would be gray. It is easier to hate than love, because there is much more hate and misery in the world than there is love and peace.
Hope it wasn't an oral
Some
presentation.
people say
Holy
that you should
shit.
love everyone, but that is impossible.
He said this shit
Look at
to
our
his
history. It is full
classmates?
of death, depression, rape, wars, and diseases. I also do not believe in love at first sight, but I do believe in hate at first sight. Therefore, love is a much harder feeling to experience. I really wouldn't know how to
Turns
answer this
into the
question
Joker,
because my
like,
cold black heart
essentially,
has never
Jesus.
and never will experience true love. I can tell you one about love. My firearms will be the only thing to fight my isolation. I would also like to point out, love is a horrible thing. It makes things kill and hate. The rest of the school year continued to be a downward spiral for Kip. After having
your
his
scarf
heart
in the
broken by his
Discord?
first
Sick. I'll
love,
totally
Kip
look.
became somewhat
I'm
obsessed with the
excited to see.
1996 Romeo and Juliet movie starring Claire Danes and Leonardo DiCaprio. He related to the themes strongly, and the abundant use of firearms in the film also spoke to him. He was isolating himself more and more, shutting
Did love
himself
that
off in
fucking
his room,
adaptation.
where his
I
parents
really
couldn't get
loved
to
that
him.
adaptation
And with the
of
communication
Romeo
cut
and
off,
Juliet.
his paranoid delusions about their feelings towards him began to come back. Some of his classmates and him were caught toilet papering a house as a prank, something that was done as sort of a rite of passage. However, Kip was one of the few people who had been caught. While it was a harmless prank orchestrated by another kid, Faith and Bill took this as a terrible sign of things to come for Kip. They grounded him and told him that they were massively disappointed in him, specifically because he
God,
had
his
previously
parents
made
suck.
so much progress. Bill, for
Who
his
played
part, stated that he was
Mercutio?
beginning to
I-
believe that Kip was hopeless. Neither Faith nor Bill knew how
I know
much
John
these statements
Leguizamo
hurt
was
Kip.
in it,
The
but
voices
was he
returned once more,
Mercutio?
repeating Bill and Faith's words and telling Kip how much happier his parents would be if he were dead, how much easier their lives would be without him, adding that they too would be better off dead than having to explain such a failure of a son to people around them. Kip shut himself away, locking himself inside
They
his
really
room
bigged
and
them
tried
up
to
at the
drown
start
out
of
the
the video,
voices by
but really,
listening to
like,
Nine Inch Nails,
legit,
but nothing
his
seemed to
parents
work.
sucked so
His
bad.
coping mechanisms only further established to Bill and Faith that he was disrespecting them and was still on a downward spiral, but they had no idea how to help him. Only a few days after the toilet paper incident, one of Kip's friends, Corey, reached out to him, inquiring if he would like to purchase a gun. He had stolen one from their mutual friend a few days
this
previous.
still that Chandler
and knew
case?
that
It is
Kip
not.
was fascinated with weapons. Kip agreed
we
eagerly,
ran out
and they
of
planned to
footage
meet
for
up the
day
next day
one,
at school.
and we
Unfortunately,
decided that we'll
neither
start day
Corey
2
nor
tomorrow.
Kip
I
knew how
really-
much that one decision
Really
would come
should
to
have
change
changed
their
the
lives.
title, but I don't have access to my keyboard, so
May
it would be
20th,
really
1998, Kip
difficult
went into
for me
school
to
and met
do.
up with Corey, giving him $110 for the .32 caliber Beretta semi-automatic pistol. He immediately placed it in his locker, in a brown paper bag for safekeeping. At the same time as the exchange, the man whose gun it was called the school to report the gun missing, thinking that one of his friends probably stole it. He also provided the school with a list of a dozen kids who he thought could have been involved, of which Kip was not present. An officer just so happened to be on school
Didn't
grounds
seem like
that
it was
day
going very
and
fast. I
started
feel
an
like it will get
investigation,
faster
going
later
through
on.
the list thoroughly and checking the lockers of each person
I think
listed.
that, yeah,
After
just
everyone
the
on the list had
beginning
been
of
properly
any
checked and cleared, Kip's name had come up a
big
couple
jury
times,
case
so the
like
officer
that
went and
is
pulled him
gonna
out
be
of class.
pretty fucking
He explained the gun had
slow
been
and
stolen
tedious.
and he was looking for it. Kip lied to the officer, stating he had no idea about any gun being brought onto campus. But after
Right,
being
Kudo, what's
told
that
that they were
metric
going to
based
search
on?
his locker, Kip came clean, admitting that he had the gun, and he just bought it off of Corey. Immediately, both Kip and Corey were arrested, escorted off of the school's premises,
I feel like
and told
parenting
that
is
they were
getting
suspended
better.
pending expulsion. When they were brought to the police station,
Like,
Kip
we don't
broke down. He was interrogated and
children
repeated
anymore,
the story
immediately
about how
put
the
them to
gun
work
came
on
to be in his
farms and
possession,
stuff.
and it was
I
explained
feel like
to
we
him that receiving a
prioritize
stolen
things that
weapon
are
was
more
a felony.
important for our
This
children's
further terrified
development than
Kip,
we ever
who
used
kept
to.
stating that he was scared of how his parents were going to react. By the time Bill arrived at the station, he was genuinely distraught. Bill picked Kip up and immediately laid into him about what he had done. This was now his second felony as a freshman in high school. He was being expelled, and it seemed to Bill that he had completely given up on his life. He went further to state that his mother would be incredibly disappointed in him, and that he didn't know how they were going to tell her what had happened. Bill had no idea what Kip was thinking, how hurt he already was, and had he even the slightest idea as to what was going on in Kip's head, chances are he would have known that Kip was already upset enough at himself. Bill loved his son, but he was at the end of his rope, unsure of how to go on past this point. Scott Keeney, the man whose gun had been stolen, called Bill, and they talked briefly about what had happened. Bill was distraught and told him that he had no idea what to do at this point. He declared that Kip was completely out of control and stated that they might send him to a wilderness camp for wayward teens, as they felt as if they were out of options. He apologized on behalf of his son and stated that he was beyond embarrassed for what had happened. And after this call, Bill was shot in the back of the head by Kip. Kip had retrieved the .22 rifle from his room, loaded it, and shot his father as he sat drinking his coffee. He then dragged his father's body into the bathroom, where he covered it with a sheet. In his mind, he had brought so much shame onto his father, so much embarrassment, that his father was better off dead than explaining to his friends what a terrible person he was. Kip felt like he was such a failure as a son that killing his father was a kind of mercy. After Kip had killed Bill, a number of people called the home and spoke to him for a short amount of time. His friends stated that when they called, Kip repeatedly stated that everything was over.
Yeah,
and
what's the
nothing
name
mattered
of that
anymore.
one that was
He had
in
embarrassed his
Maine?
family for the last time,
definitely
and it
wanna
was
cover
done.
that
They tried to console
sometime.
him and state that because he didn't know the gun was stolen and was friendly to the Keeney family, it was likely that the charges would be dropped and it wasn't going to be that big of a deal. However, the voices inside of Kip's head weren't listening. After his phone calls, at 6:30 p.m., Kip's mother came home. Bill and Kip had decided, before Bill was killed, not to tell his mother about what had happened until later that night. Bill said that he wanted to give Faith one last good day, which only further pushed Kip towards believing his life was a burden on everyone around him. When Faith got home, Kip greeted her in the garage. As she walked past him to get into the house, he told her he loved her and shot her twice in the back of the head. Faith fell to the ground, but was still alive. He asked her to close her eyes and shot her 3 more times in the face, and then 1 time in the heart. He then covered the body with a sheet and went back inside. Kip had wanted to kill himself after he killed his parents, and spent the entire night trying to build up the strength to do so, but he sat blasting the soundtrack to Romeo and Juliet. Kip couldn't pull the trigger. Kip instead wrote this in his journal. I have just killed my parents. I don't know what is happening. I love my mom and dad so much. I just got 2 felonies on my record. My parents can't take that. It would destroy them. The embarrassment would be too much for them. They couldn't live with themselves. I'm so sorry. I'm a horrible son. I wish I had been aborted. I destroy everything I touch. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I didn't deserve them. They were wonderful people. It's not their fault or the fault of any person, organization, or television show. My head just doesn't work right. God damn these voices inside my head. I want to die. I want to be
blaming
gone.
parents is
but I have
easy,
to
but if
kill
you were in the
people.
same
I
situation,
don't
what
know
else
why
would you
I
have
am so
done?
sorry.
It's not
Why
like
did
they
God do
beat
this
him.
to me?
They
I have
have
never been
tried
happy.
hard to
I
get
wish
him
I was
help.
happy.
That's not
I wish
true.
I made my mother
In the
proud.
beginning,
I'm
they
nothing.
didn't try
I
that hard
tried
to get
so
him help.
hard
All
to
they did
find
was talk to him
happiness.
about
But you know
how
me, I hate everything.
disappointing he
I have
was.
no other choice. What have I become?
They did
I am
not-
so
they
sorry.
were, like,
Kip was emotional, scared, and had already
outwardly
destroyed his life. He had
disappointed
nothing to
with
live
his
for, and spent
choices
the
in
entire night
music
awake
and
thinking
karate
about
instead of
how much he hated
embracing the way
himself,
that he
how
chose to
wanted
express
die,
himself,
and his mind was
and made it
rebelling
feel
against
like
him.
he
The
couldn't
voices
come to them
overwhelmed
with
him at this
problems.
point, making
Like,
him relive
that is
the worst
that is.
things he had ever
I'm
done
not a
over and
parent,
over again until finally, the
and
next
I'm not
morning,
going to
he made
pretend
the
that I'm
decision to
any
go to
kind
school. Kip put
of
on a long trench coat
genius
and
or
grabbed all
expert
3
or
of his
anything.
guns. He taped the hunting knife his dad had given him to his leg and drove himself to school for the last time in his mom's car. As he walked into school, he saw a friend who asked him how he was doing. Kip told him to go home, that something bad was about to happen, and he walked away towards the cafeteria, where most of the student body gathered before first period.
I don't know.
As he
Like,
walked through the hallway,
I'm
he shot
not
Ben
an
Walker
expert.
and
I'm
Ryan
not a mom,
Atbury.
but
he then
like
entered the
the
cafeteria,
rule number
climbed onto a
one
table, and opened fire on the
of
rest of the
being
school.
a parent,
He wounded
1
a further
million%
25
should
students,
be
including Mikhail
my
Nicolason,
child should
who would
feel
die of his
safe
wounds.
expressing
After
their
emptying
thoughts
his
and
50-round
feelings
clip,
to me.
Kip began to reload. One of the people
It's
who he
why
had wounded, Jacob Riker, tackled him to
It's
the ground.
why
Other students saw this and piled on,
it's so
trying to keep
disgusting. Why
Kinkle
it's
down.
so
However, he
heinous
was able to get
and
to his other block
abhorrent
and fired one
when
shot, further injuring Riker. As
a
he was
child
being
is
held
disowned
down,
for
he
being
began
gay or
to scream,
trans.
"Just kill me," over and over,
It's
hoping that the students would pile on him and
beyond
he'd die.
disgusting to me when a
Because of the sheer
parent
amount of
doesn't
victims in
do
this
their
case,
best
there
to
isn't a lot of
understand
reporting
their
as to who
child
they
and
are
let their
outside of
child
this
express
and what they
themselves.
went through, which is entirely unfortunate, as 2 children lost their lives, and 24 more had their lives forever altered. One of the first people who was shot and killed was Ben Walker,
I would be
who was
so
just
much
16
less
years
fucked
old.
up
Ben was a year above
if
Kip
I
and
had
didn't know
felt
much about
safe
him. He had just
talking to
moved
my
to the
mom
area
about
from
my
Southern
thoughts and
Oregon
feelings,
the
but
year
I was
before
so scared
and
of
was
being
relatively
punished
shy.
for the
Friends
things
would
that I
describe
thought
him
and
as
felt
easygoing,
and
laid back,
wanted
and always happy. His favorite movie was Ace Ventura,
that
starring Jim Carrey, and he was a massive fan of
I
the Final
couldn't
Fantasy
talk
games.
to her about
Mikhail
it,
Nicolason
and
was a junior at Thurston
I ended
and a
up a
private in the
fucking
Oregon National
anorexic
Guard.
high school
He had been doing
dropout
his
that
homework in the
did lots of
cafeteria
drugs.
before school with
Like,
his girlfriend before Kip began shooting,
I don't know,
and was
man.
almost immediately hit, and planned to begin basic training in the Oregon National Guard in the next year, hoping to become a
One is
systems
a small
analyst
sample
and a computer
size, but
programmer. He also worked as a teacher's aide in the Thurston
I
Middle
can only
School's
speak on
computer
my
lab and was
experience.
seen as an all-around kind-hearted person. They had full lives ahead of them, and Kip had no right to end them the way that he did.
Sounds like there wasn't a loving familial relationship
After
with his
Kip
sister,
was pinned down
who,
by the
like,
students, the cops
abandoned
arrived and
him.
arrested him, bringing him to the station for processing. However, the city had never dealt with this kind of crime. School shootings like this weren't commonplace, and they had no idea of how to handle what had just gone on. Because of that, when Kip was placed into an interrogation room in the police station, he wasn't properly patted down beforehand and still had his hunting knife taped to his leg. Kip had made his intentions known when he had been tackled by his classmates. He wanted to die. He wanted to be murdered, and he'd do anything to let someone kill him. And since they had failed to do so, he figured that the police would kill him if he attacked them. While waiting for the police to return to the room, Kip managed to get out of his handcuffs and pulled the knife from his leg. The moment the interviewing officer re-entered the room, Kip lunged at him, screaming, "Kill me, shoot me." The officer backed out quickly, shutting the door on Kip, and began talking with another officer that was present. Despite his insistence on being murdered, they instead chose to dose the room in pepper spray and disarm him. Kip realized fairly quickly that they weren't going to kill him, and in a split second
the white
began to slit
treatment.
his own wrists. But before he could do very much damage,
Is the lack
he
of
was
loving
disarmed and
relationship a
blinded by the
result
pepper spray,
of a
now having to
deterioration
face
of that
what he had
relationship,
done
which
in
was
a
a
sterile
result of both parties
interrogation
not
room.
having the
The
ability to
following
deal
is
with
the audio
emotions, or
from
was
the
it the result of a
interrogation.
parent's lack of love from day one? I don't think that it was the parents' lack of love.
May 21st,
I think that the parents loved him very much. I think they were just shitty parents.
1 a.m. This will be
I think they
a
were
Kate,
just bad at it,
conversation
at dealing
with
with
the last
anything
name of
outside of the
K-I-N,
golden child that they had the first time. She was exceptional in every way. He was exceptional in most ways except for motor skills and reading. That's it. It did not have to turn into this. And I can't say what causes schizophrenia to happen, but I imagine that it would have been a very different flavor if it had still happened at all, if he had felt like he was supported when he was a child. Feeling like you are safe and supported as a child never hurts. Never hurts somebody. Period.
And earlier, I advised you you're right. Is that not correct? Okay, can you speak up just a little bit more? Okay. And, we talked briefly, and yesterday you were involved in an incident where a gun was...
Negative reinforcement was not the right choice for his needs, 100%.
Your dad came here to Springfield.
Negative reinforcement was probably the exact opposite for the kind of mental struggles that he faced.
After that is done. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Let's go back to the earlier case with the gun that you bought from Corey. Why did you buy that gun?
I don't think that tough love is love at all.
Remember why you bought the gun? Did you buy it with the intention of hurting somebody? No. had you and your dad discussed whether you should own a gun or anything like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And he said what?
Well, that better if I didn't.
He said what?
Kind of complicated. I don't know.
Okay. Do you think that you were
On the one hand, they
too
really,
young for a gun?
really shouldn't have taken him out of therapy and off his meds because he seemed like he was better. On the other, this is 98. Mental health was even more taboo. Full agree with. I think I'm like right next to where you are.
Why doesn't it work?
It's very. I think that.
I don't know. I can't get.
At the very
When you brought the
least,
gun to
keeping him
school
in
yesterday,
therapy was the
Or
right
when you
thing to
purchased it
do.
yesterday, did you know that was the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do?
I knew it was the wrong thing.
You knew it was the wrong thing to do?
So I can see why they wouldn't know better. I feel like doctors were still
But you didn't
talking
have any
sense back
intent
then, though, and I
yesterday,
feel
at
like
least that's what you
doctors
told me
would
yesterday,
have
of hurting anybody.
been like,
Is that
okay, if this
correct?
starts to get worse, come back.
So, when you got home,
I
with your
guess
dad,
I wasn't there, so I can only
Dad angry with
speculate.
you?
But I very blame the parents.
and you left here just around noon, I believe. So, did you go straight home?
We stopped at Burger King.
You stopped at Burger
They
King?
knew only how to
That's
raise a
the one out
perfect
there at,
child,
58.
and not how to raise a child that had
That's Mohawk.
You went to
a
Mohawk Burger
couple
King.
small flaws.
So, do you know what time it was when you got home?
1 o'clock, 1:30.
Okay. Tell me what happens when you get home.
This poor baby.
I had no other choice. I couldn't.
You were feeling really guilty.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
This one, like,
your
hurts.
dad has guns, right?
Because
And where does he keep his guns?
he usually keeps them in his tennis locker at some tennis club. But we go and shoot every once in a while. And so they were home this time. Most of the time they're not home. Only the rifles are there.
So only the 10-22 Ruger rifle is
Yeah.
there?
Mm-hmm.
And where was that at?
I had that in my room.
You had that in your room?
Mm-hmm.
Was it loaded or unloaded?
Unloaded. It was unloaded.
So the ammunition was in your room as well?
It was in my parents' room, but I went and got it.
Okay.
Kika?
So
I hear
was your dad,
Kika.
did he hit you or anything
Kitty,
like
kitty,
that?
kitty, kitty, kitty.
No.
Okay. Was he yelling or out of control or?
Yes, I couldn't. I had no other choice.
Hi, baby man. What are you doing?
You told me earlier he was in the kitchen,
What you crying for?
and was that around 4
You
o'clock?
coming to hang out, baby
Or
kitty?
could it have been earlier?
It was earlier.
You think it was earlier?
I'm not sure.
Let me ask you this.
What?
Had I been a visitor in your home,
This
would
crying
you have
is
shot your dad?
breaking my heart. I feel so fucking bad for this poor sick
I don't
kid.
think so.
You don't think so?
I don't know. It's just I had no other choice. He was saying
He was saying all that stuff, and he was kind of, he was saying a lot of negative stuff about you. Like, what was he saying about you? Okay. He's mad at you because you got caught in school with a gun, right?
Right.
Okay.
And he's all his friends and everything knew
Okay. So he was feeling ashamed and embarrassed because you did something wrong. Is that right?
I didn't want to. I love my dad, that's why.
You love him, so that's why you had to kill him? Okay. So what's he doing in the kitchen when you...
This is
when you
so
come in?
fucking tragic.
King something, I don't know.
Was his back to you?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier you
Yeah,
told me
Forrest, I'm with you.
you walked up behind him and shot him in the head. Is that right?
Basically, yeah.
Basically?
Also, can I just say, like, every single one of these videos we watch is another argument for gun control? Can I just say that? I'm sorry, it's just true.
How many times did you shoot him?
Once.
And where did that bullet hit him?
Right above the ear.
Right behind the ear?
Yeah, but yeah. Oh my God.
It's all right.
Yo.
So, your dad falls to the
These are
kitchen
some
floor.
primal
He just laid
cries.
on the counter.
He laid on the counter. Then what did you do?
I didn't know what to do, so I dragged him into the bathroom and I put a white sheet over him.
Okay.
I mean, even if it was, this gun was still stolen and sold to him. Okay. Do you think that it would be so easy to steal guns and sell them to children if we had stricter gun control?
So what do you do from the time that you put the sheet over your dad and your mom comes home?
Everybody's argumentative today.
A few people called.
You remember who called?
I guess we're all gonna have to cage fight in some olive oil or something.
And I just talked
Olive
to them,
oil
I
and
didn't say
glitter.
anything about that. And I didn't know what to do because, oh my God, my mom was coming
Gun
over.
control is always an argumentative topic.
She
That's
did what
fair
I
enough.
said.
That is fair enough.
Oh my God.
So your mom comes home around 6, is that right?
Yeah. And I just talked to them, I didn't say anything about that. And I didn't know what to do because, oh my God, my mom was coming home and she did what I said. Oh my God.
So your mom comes home around 6, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I've never been to your house. And earlier you talked about a basement. Is that a garage that's underneath the house, or?
Yeah.
Okay. So your mom drives in her car, right?
Yeah.
And what is she driving?
Explorer.
Explorer?
Yeah.
And she parks. And where are you at?
I was waiting for her.
Okay. Outside or inside?
Inside.
Okay. She pull into the garage?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Do you have one of these automatic garage doors where she closes the door after she pulls in?
Yeah.
Was the door up or down?
Down.
Okay.
I just want to die.
I know.
Oh God.
So, you told me that your mom gets out of the Explorer and starts up the stairs from the garage or basement, is that right?
Yes.
And he's still just like, I love them.
You
They
say
were
anything
wonderful
to him?
parents.
I told her I loved her.
And then
God damn, these bullets are flying my head.
all right, all right. Yep. Yep. Settle down. It's all right. It's all right. Just settle down, okay? All right, just settle down. Okay. So how far were you from your
God,
mom?
this is fucking me
You shot
up.
her?
I don't know.
Earlier you told me you shot her twice.
I shot her several times.
You shot her several times?
Because I dragged her out into the basement after I shot her. And she was still alive. And I said that I loved her. And I shot her. I shot her again. She would know that I killed her. Because of my mom.
Okay.
This is
So you
horrific.
didn't want your mom to know that you were the one that shot her?
Right.
Okay. And you love your mom? So what did you do the rest of the night? Did you talk to any more friends?
Oh, it's just I didn't know what to do. I held my cloth to my head, and I wanted to kill myself so bad, but I couldn't. I don't know why.
Now, you said there was only one gun in the home. Where did the Glock come from? Did you go somewhere and pick up the Glock?
No, it was in my dad's tennis stuff, but it takes back to the club.
Okay, so it was at home too.
Yes,
Okay. So did you get any sleep last night at all, or did you stay awake all night?
stayed awake.
Okay. So, did you watch TV? What?
I turned on to keep me company, but I didn't watch it.
Now, you shot your mom to save her the embarrassment of that
Okay.
sort of stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Pausing. I think we're going to take a quick break. This has been very heavy for a hot second. If everybody wants to hang tight, we'll be back shortly. Let's all go look at some pictures of puppies and kittens and rendezvous in 5. Hang tight. Hi guys, sorry, I was just talking to a muted microphone there for a year before. Actually, it was way less than a minute even. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be misleading out here. Anyway, hi, I'm back. I needed a minute to compose myself. This is a hard one. This one's hard. Hey. I'm never going to be able to make my brother's girlfriend a good birthday present. The raccoon I made looks so terrible. I want to set it on fire. Okay, so hear me out. Hacks Matt. Set the raccoon on fire. Set the raccoon on fire and take what you learned and start over. You are going to be able to do it. Fiber crafting takes a lot of practice to look good. If it was easy, it wouldn't feel so rewarding. It wouldn't be so fun to stick to it and like watch your skills improve and stuff. Hey, I believe in you. I also, if you get to a point where it feels like it's not fun anymore and you don't think that it will be fun anymore, then you don't have to do that. You don't have to do it. I believe fully. As long as you want to do this, you will. As long as you want to, that's what you should do. Okay. Give me just a second. I have to like organize. Okay. Oh, I'm not even on the right screen. Sorry. Pause this. If I could just get 3 readies in chat, we can keep going. This is my 3rd attempt at a birthday present for her. First was painting that looked terrifying, then a crochet badger that was too difficult, and now this stupid raccoon. I think that you will be able to do this raccoon if you want to do the raccoon. I'm sure that for one, it's less terrible than you think, but I know that that's not really helpful criticism. But for 2, that you can take what you learned today and make it better. I know that's true. I know that a second attempt will be better when it comes to, you know, an improvable skill. I think you've got it. Okay. We've got 2 readies. Can I get 1 more? Let me join that Discord and use mine eyes. Fuck yeah. Discord.gg/fartslide, bud. Oh, we did have a ready on YouTube. Neuroblastoma MVP. Okay. Let's do it.
Was that the right thing or the wrong thing to do?
I couldn't do anything else.
Okay. Now this morning, you had planned to go to school, and you had taped some bullets to your chest. What were those?
Maybe we'll do some anxiety breathing in a little bit.
I ran out of ammunition.
And you told me earlier you took 2 knives.
You don't have to be sorry. That's okay.
The Ruger 1022 that was sawed off, a Ruger 22 caliber pistol, and the Glock 19, which is a 9mm. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you took those to school. Okay. You were wearing a big overcoat. Were you hiding the weapons?
Yes.
Okay. Why were you hiding it?
I didn't know what to do.
You didn't know what else to do? Why did you go to school and start shooting people?
I had to. I had no other choice. I couldn't do anything else.
Had you been stopped by a police officer before you'd gotten to school, would you have done that?
I don't know.
Okay. Why did you feel that you
Did he
didn't
just
have a
ask him
choice
why he's
with the
not
kids
a
in
school
school?
shooter?
I can't.
Hydrate, I can do that.
I had to.
Thank you, Azuma.
Was there any kids
For the
that were in
reminder.
that group of people that you were seeing that you singled out as any one target?
No.
Do you know the names of any of those kids that you shot at?
No.
Oh, he did shoot at the school. Okay.
When we got here to the police department, you had a knife that the officers had missed strapped to your leg, right?
Right.
And you'd slipped your cuffs around to the front. And when I opened the door, you held that knife out and you charged me with that knife.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I want you to shoot me. I just want to die.
Was that the right thing or the wrong thing to do?
It has to be the right thing, because I need to die more than anything else.
Oh.
As you were growing up, through elementary school and middle school, were you ever taken to a counselor?
Yes.
Well, what for?
I got in trouble with the police.
You got in trouble with the police? Is this about that book about making explosives or something?
The anarchist.
It was just a lot of things my mom took me to. Oh, God.
Let me ask you this.
I'm gonna need
When
him
you
to
went to the
stop
counselor,
saying,
did they
oh
prescribe
God, like
any
that.
medication or anything for you?
Prozac.
Prozac? Are you taking Prozac today?
No.
Okay. When's the last time you took Prozac?
The fall.
The fall of this year? Did they diagnose you as attention deficit or hyper disorder or anything like that?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. Did your dad ever physically abuse you?
No.
Okay. Did anybody ever physically abuse you?
No.
The kids at school did? Kiddo, you can say that.
Kid, let me ask you this. If you had it to do over again, what would you do?
I tried so hard to kill myself. I want to kill myself. I can't do it. I don't want more than anything.
Okay. Now, whose car did you drive to school this morning?
My mom.
And that was a green Ford
Yes.
Escort or Explorer? Explorer. And you parked that near the tennis court, is that correct?
Yes.
And what time did you get to school this morning? Do you remember?
Oh, a little bit before 8 o'clock.
Okay. Were there other people around you when you got out of the Explorer?
Yes.
Did they say anything to you?
No.
Okay. You got some marks on your wrist. What are these from? Like from the handcuffs?
Yes.
Okay. Does your wrist feel okay right now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want some coffee or water?
No.
Okay. I asked you this before, but after shooting your parents and being there all night, did you go out and did you hurt anybody else?
No.
Okay. Do you have pets in the home?
Yes.
Did you hurt the pets at all?
No.
And what kind of pets are in the home?
A cat.
Just a cat?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
Hi,
you know, I'm
Kika.
gonna give you a break. I'm gonna stop right now. The time is at 10:14 a.m. Kip, I'm gonna turn the tape recorder back on. The time is at 10:24 a.m. I just have a couple more questions for you.
I haven't seen it yet, Hexmac, but it seems like everybody else likes it.
And you may or may not have the answer for me, but I want you to do the best you can, okay?
But still, I
You're
think that
shaking
if
your
you
head
want to
yes.
set it on fire,
Okay.
you should set it
Tape
on
recorder
fire
doesn't
and
pick
make
up,
a new one.
Body movements,
That's how I feel about it.
Okay, that's fine. Can I get you to scoot up just a little closer to the tape recorder, because I know this is not easy for you to talk about. It's not easy for me to ask you these questions, you know? But I'm trying to figure out why, okay? Why this happened. So I can kind of put it in perspective for everybody, okay?
As long as you record the fire and
Why did
post
you move
that
your
too.
dad's
Nice
body
jump.
into the bathroom?
That was very funny.
I felt like I had to do something.
Gonna rip his head off and set that on fire tomorrow. He needs a whole
Did you
new
move
head.
him
Yeah,
so that
fuck yeah.
Mom wouldn't walk
And that
in and see?
that'll, you know, inspire you and empower you.
Back and
Fuck yeah, do it. It feels good, and you can throw away like the insecurities you have with it. It'll melt away with that felt
Why did
entirely,
you cover him with a sheet?
and you'll make a brand new head, and it'll be so good. It'll be way better,
You did it
hey?
out of respect for
Because
him.
you learned this time.
When did you decide in your mind that you had to kill your mom? Before you shot your dad or
afterwards.
afterwards?
My dad could say how my mom was just, how embarrassed she was going to be and how horrible I was. And I couldn't let my mom feel like that. I couldn't do anything else. There's no other way.
Had I been standing in your garage or riding with your mom, would you have shot your mom?
I don't know.
The fact that this kid needed a mediator in his older sister
There's
to be
probably
able
at
to
least
talk to
2
his
hours
parents
from the
tells me
time you shot
everything
your
that I
dad
need to
till your
fucking
mom
know
got
about
here.
those parents, is all I'm saying.
What did you do to prepare yourself for having to shoot your mom?
I cried. I said I was so sorry. I had to, though. I had to.
Hi, baby man. Hi, sweet boy.
You said you were
He's the
waiting
best
for
kitty.
Where were you waiting for her at?
Turkey, turkey.
My
My sweet boy.
See when the car came up.
And when she pulled in the garage and the garage door came down and she got out of the garage, got out of her car, where were you?
I don't know.
Were you hiding somewhere in the garage so that she had to walk past you?
So I came down and helped her with the bags.
Hi. Kika, you could try.
Where was the gun at that point?
I'm gonna try to pick up my cat really quick. Sorry, guys.
On your hip? And
Hi,
what kind of gun was
CB.
that?
How are you? It's so good to see you.
Was it the 10-22 or was it the pistol? It was the pistol? Who are
Kika's
these
here,
friends
guys.
that called? Do you have names on those friends?
My friends had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but I know,
in trouble.
but they're not in trouble. But you did talk to them, and I think it's important that. Okay, who are your friends that called?
Azuma, what kind of pet and what's their name? I will pause it.
Talked to.
Hell yeah, Hacksman. I feel like you're in a much more positive place than you were a minute ago, hey? It feels good to know that you're going to do it over. I'm not sure what this was. Oh, okay. I like your dog. I will talk directly to your pet. You just have to tell me what kind of animal it is and what its name is. And I'll tell them that they are a good boy or girl. And what... I'll just personally talk to your animal for 1,000 points. Yes, I am. Thanks to you in the chat. Good. Good. Hey, I want you to keep exactly this thought process in mind the next time you feel like that, okay? It's okay to burn it. It's okay to fucking light that shit on fire and start over and apply the stuff that you've learned to make it better. It feels so fucking good when you do it right. Especially, honestly, it feels the best when you fail more than once. When you fail once, it still feels really good when you get it right the second time. But when you fail twice, it's like it's even better. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's what I really love about Dark Souls is that sometimes some bosses take like 15 attempts, and when you finally get it, there are so few things that beat that fucking feeling. That feeling is so good. It's so good. I've like cried. His name is Porter. What kind of animal is he? Art and craft is a refinement process. Absolutely. Hairless cat. Porter, who's a good kitty boy. That's such a good kitty, Porter. Hold on. Is it big? Am I big? Okay. Who's a good kitty? Porter. Here, kitty. What a good boy you are. Who's the handsomest man? I like your dog. Okay. Bananas? Tell me more about these bananas. All right. Okay. I am going to hit play.
Tony go to school with you?
Yeah.
What's Tony's last name?
McCowan.
McCowan?
Yeah.
Do you have a phone number for Tony?
I don't know.
Only by besting my own records. I could see that, right, Kudo?
Okay.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Does Tony live up near you on Cheetah Loop?
Bananas are bananas. Banana. You know what? I'm with you, Ethical Cobra.
Okay.
I fucking
But
love
it's Tony
bananas.
McGowan. Is he a
I
freshman?
love the bananas.
When did Tony call? You remember?
You're allergic to bananas? That sucks so bad.
Yeah.
I feel bad for you.
About 3:15.
Mm-hmm. Did you kind of want to know what was up at school?
Yeah.
You guys talk about
I
that?
have to crochet, bud. Getting in my way, bud.
Had you already shot your dad at that point?
No.
No. Okay. So who else called? Or did you call
Tony called Nick, and we were like on the party line thing. We were not talking, so Nick didn't call me.
You're a hell of a cat.
So you called Nick?
Yeah. Or he did. Tony did.
Tony did?
I used to
What's
eat
Nick's
bananas
last
every
name?
day as a kid until they made my mouth fuzzy. Oh
Hyacinth?
no.
Yeah.
That happens with me in pairs, but I never ate them alive.
And is he in the
And I've
ninth grade
never
too?
liked them. I do not like
He goes Thurston?
pears.
So
Who
Tony
else
called.
likes bananas?
So we're only talking about
Banana.
one call here, right?
Yeah,
Or was there two separate calls?
that was one call.
One call. Okay. So did anybody else call you?
I don't think so.
Okay, did you call anybody?
No.
Okay. Did you call anybody after you shot your dad?
No.
When you were home alone last night, did you call anybody?
No.
Okay. Did anybody call the house?
No.
Did anybody call the house this morning?
Sorry, ever since I found out that he's sick, I like to give him very focused attention. At pretty much any time he wants it. I love you guys, but I love my cat more. I'm sorry. I love my cat so much. And he's old and sick.
I think it goes without saying, at least from my perspective, but maybe I want to hear from your perspective.
He's a wonderful kitty.
Did you know it was wrong to shoot your dad, your mom, and the kids at school?
Can I have a points redeemed to give your cat a pat too? You know what? If you're ever in the neighborhood, stop on by. Kika is 16 too. Maybe they're boyfriend girlfriend.
What were the other choices that you didn't have a choice of?
There's none. I couldn't. Nothing. I couldn't do anything.
If your dad hadn't talked to you the way that he did, would that have changed the outcome?
I don't know.
Was your dog missing?
Was there anything that I said yesterday?
What's going on with the editing in this video?
The time now is at 10:34 a.m.
I wonder if he just dumped the entire, like it was all lumped together in one raw audio file.
I thought when you left here yesterday that your dad was pretty
Dumped it all in there. It didn't edit out the silences and stuff.
I have no honest choice.
Okay. Had you talked to Mr. Doyle after you left here?
No.
Did Mr. Doyle talk to your dad?
I think so.
You think so? Okay. I think my question, Kip, is, had your dad not said some pretty mean things to you, like, you know, he's embarrassed, your mom's going to be embarrassed, all our friends are going to be embarrassed. Had he not said those things, would there have been a different outcome?
I don't know. I don't know.
Definitely yes. That is the answer, is definitely yes.
How long from the time that he said those things was it between the time that he last said those things and the time that you shot him?
I don't know.
Was it seconds? Was it minutes?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Can I get
That
you
is
anything?
true, Sperry. I feel like they just were really passive aggressive and bad at dealing with their negative emotions. And so they treated him like shit when they were upset because they didn't know how to control it. They never had to be like that with their older sister.
After Kip had confessed to the killings
she wasn't
and recounted
embarrassing.
the horrific shooting,
God, it's
they
so
decided
fucked
that they
up.
would take Kip back
So
to
fucked
Thurston
up
High mere
to,
hours later
like-
and have him recount what he had done.
Ugh.
As you will see in just a moment, Kip was completely withdrawn and unable to hold his head up to speak the majority of the time. His body language, posture, and overall demeanor is not one of happiness or pride at what he did, but intense shame.
1998, time is at 1:51 p.m. and next to me is Kiplin Kinkel, K-I-N-K-E-L, and this is basically going to be a walkthrough on a video of an incident that occurred at Thurston High School at 333 North 58th Street, Springfield, Lane County, Oregon. Kip, you understand that we're going to be videotaped, and the videotape's going to be turned on and off.
Hi, Sleep Ninja. How are ya?
You understand that? Okay. When you arrived here at school this morning...
This poor kid in this line of questioning, Bardic Muse, I couldn't agree more.
Before 8, is that correct? Okay, where did you park?
I feel like those are psychologist questions, not police questions.
Okay, we're standing
But
on,
I'm not a
the,
police officer, so it's hard for me to
north
know,
side of
you
the
know.
School grounds at Thurston High School, just west of the tennis courts, and where Kip parked his mother's Ford Explorer. Is that correct? It would be down and beyond what you can see the asphalt down there, right? Somewhere in the area of 61st and D Street. Is that correct?
Happens to the best of us, Sleep Ninja. Happens to the best of us. Love a lazy day binging shows.
You had a long trench coat on. Is that correct?
Love it.
You had,
Favorite. Love it.
Is that correct?
Subscribe.
And were you armed? Yes. Okay. And
Oh, he's gonna have to speak up. He's gonna have to speak up a little bit.
I had 5. You had 5 weapons. You had 2 knives. Is that correct? And you had 3 firearms. Is that correct? And one of those firearms was a Glock 19 semi-automatic pistol. Is that correct? And the other was a 22 semi-auto Ruger.
Yeah, nice jumps. I agree with everything you just said.
And the third one was a 1022 Ruger.
That whole time, Doxy didn't say lawyer up. Man, this kid was gonna kill himself, and I think that in those moments he still is very intent on doing that. I scarcely have the emotional energy to be upset with him
up to the north entrance of the school
for not asking for a lawyer. That kid was fighting to survive against his own brain in that moment.
I want you to just turn around and look back across the park.
Alas, he did just kill his parents, 2 classmates, and injure 25 other classmates. Yeah, I don't think that he's a great kid. That's not what I'm saying. I definitely feel like he was failed, though. Like, he was failed over and over and over.
You were walking, or were you running, or?
And it's devastating.
And did you come up to this breezeway where we're at right now? Okay. Can you tell us what happened from this point in the breezeway? Okay. The breezeway from here down to where I can see some debris down there is
How old was...
probably well over 100
His
feet,
name is
150
Kip.
feet. Is that fair estimate? At what point did you
I'm not
pull
sure
out
how old
a
he
gun,
is.
and which gun did you pull
He's
out
still a kid, though. He's a kid.
first? You pulled out the rifle first?
Right in front of the doors of the cafeteria.
Okay. Right in front of the doors of the cafeteria? Now, I'm not familiar. Are you talking about those red doors down there?
Yeah, the white stuff.
You didn't pull the rifle out till you got to there? Okay. Were there students in this hallway that you passed?
15.
Did you consider shooting any of them?
So one kid that I
He's a school shooter. Which
When did
school?
you probably leave? Did you
God,
know
they
that
said
kid?
it earlier, but I don't recall. It was in Springfield, Oregon.
Okay. Why don't we move on down the hallway here, and we'll move up to the doors of the cafeteria, and we'll continue from there, okay? Back on Kip, and the time now is at 1:58.
Oh yeah, well, that's the thing, hey,
Right
is
here there's
that
a bunch of debris,
he
a lot of medical debris
ended
on
up
the ground.
developing paranoid
This is the level
schizophrenia.
here, so obviously something happens here. And he told us
And
back
I
here about,
feel that only could
40
have
feet
been
behind us is where he pulled the
exacerbated
rifle.
by the poor parenting, and
pulled the
only
rifle
could have
here?
been helped with better parenting. Does that make sense?
Okay, down there, you pulled the rifle down there? Okay.
To
So did you
be
shoot back
one mil,
this way?
I know that I speak with
Did you have
conviction a
student
lot. I've never taken
do you recall how many
college
students
level
were in this area?
psychology course. I am not
You
an
know the
expert.
student
These
that you
are
know?
my opinions.
Do you remember how many shots you fired in this area?
I feel
have
very,
22 cases
very,
laying
very
over
terrible
here.
for this poor kid.
And is it possible that a round was fired in this area for it to be ejected right here? Okay. Things were happening pretty fast. Okay. All right.
Male or female?
Do you remember if the student was male or female here? You know. Let me ask you this: was the student's face visible, or was it a blur to you? You don't remember. All right. All right. Let's
Yeah,
move
Forest
down.
Crawler. That
Which
was
way do we go
exactly
from here?
my thought when you said when
To the cafeteria down there
Sleep
where
Ninja
the
said
people
which
were standing?
school. I was just like, God,
Back on it now
America.
to 2 p.m. We're standing just inside the northeast doors of Thurston High School cafeteria. Just prior to coming in, and it's too dark to see, in the hallway outside, there was another spot just a few feet north of the door here with kind of a bloody towel and stuff there. You remember a student getting shot there? As we're in the cafeteria here, I see a number of 22 cases. Are you still shooting the 10-22 rifle?
I do feel that we blame nurture over nature a
We're just
lot more
inside the
than
door. Do you
maybe
start
we
shooting
should.
from this point?
I disagree with that sentiment. I
So
couldn't
you start
disagree with that
shooting the men
sentiment
who come
more.
in the door.
I feel
where are
very
most of the
strongly the other
students?
way. It's both. Of course, it's both.
Out in the area where the tables are
Of
set up
course,
over
it's
here?
both.
Do you know any of these students, or do you recognize any of them right off?
But I think that
So
blaming
if
nature
we could keep the camera moving and just kind of
over
swivel
nurture
why don't you walk
is
me
some
through
like
this
very
line of,
old,
spent cartridges
very
that are kind of
problematic ways of
At what
thinking.
point do you change weapons?
Uh,
Or do you change weapons? Or at what point do you reload? Can you do that?
I very, very much encourage you to look at social studies on nature versus nurture in regards to violence. Nurture could have gotten him away from weapons, though. Also, that's a good point. Files unknown. That's a very good
Everybody
point.
was on top of you right here. But you're still shooting with the rifle? You think so? Did you ever change guns?
I think I struggled to get
You were struggling to get another one out? Which one would that have been?
I wonder what medicine they have him on. He's definitely a lot more level now. And he's like at the scene of the crime. Like you can tell that he's still ashamed, but it's so much more subdued. He has like way more control over it. I feel like they have to have a sedative in him.
Places marked on the floor and some spent cartridges. Do you recall going to the west side of the cafeteria at all and shooting back this way? Did you ever leave the cafeteria? You didn't go out into the commons area or anything like that?
That's okay, Hacks Matt. They go hand in hand. Honestly, the fact that he was in the throes of puberty and all its hormonal changes probably helped contribute to this end result as well. Full agree, Ghost Shadow. Fucking puberty isn't fun. I'm sure it wasn't even fun for the perfect sister, hey? Like, it's not fun for any of us. Puberty is a fucking nightmare.
How many rounds do those banana clips hold? They hold 25? 25 a piece? How many of those do you have? Two of those and one 50-round clip? You recall which clip was in the rifles? The 50-round clip. So you started with 50 rounds.
There is no fucking need for a 50-round clip in any weapon ever. Holy shit.
Any of these students make you upset, or?
Why are they bringing this kid back to the scene of the crime? Sometimes they do that with, well, a lot of times they do that with big crimes so that they can, like, demonstrate what happened. For, like, learning purposes and for, like, court purposes and all kinds of reasons.
Breezeway and here, is that correct? Did anybody threaten you to get you to come down here?
Because of the horrific nature of his crimes, the public reaction around Kip was that he was a soulless monster who deserved to be hung up from a tree and beaten. Reporting claimed that he had planned this attack for months in advance and wanted to bring a bomb to the school as well. However, this reporting would turn out to be false. People thought of him as a monster, and when reports were published about his mental health and well-being, including that he had been hearing voices prior to the attack, many people scoffed openly, stating he was lying and trying to play crazy in order to receive a lesser sentence.
That way of
Kristen,
thinking, but
however,
I guess
felt
you
differently.
have more
While
of
she
an
had lost
expertise
her
in it
entire
than I
family
do,
in
I
the span of a
suppose.
day, Kristen stood by her brother. She made various statements defending her brother, stating that while she could never justify what he had
I don't know
done
what to say.
and how she more than understands the hurt he caused, that he had been
I
suffering in
definitely
silence
don't
with
think
extreme
that this
mental illness his
justifies
entire
murder.
life,
I don't,
and that should
but
be
I
taken
do
into
think
account.
that,
She also emphasized how
I
ashamed he was at what he had
think that
done,
if he
and how it
had
took
better
months of her
parents, it
visiting
wouldn't
him
have- he
for him to
wouldn't
even
have
have the
ended up
courage
this
to look
way.
at her, and even more months for him to speak. She didn't invalidate the pain he caused, or the feelings others had towards him. She simply stated the facts. He wasn't well, and he was still her brother. Kip was indicted on 58 felony charges, including 4 counts of aggravated murder, which he originally was going to plead not guilty for reason of insanity. His lawyers were extremely confident in his case, finding that he had years of journals, notes,
It's hard
and
to
tests
see the other
saved,
side. Yo.
all with references
Okay,
to
I'm
the
sorry.
voices
I'm gonna
he heard
pause
in his
it and I'm
head
gonna
and the
address
extreme
this.
mental
But
anguish he was under.
it's all right here. It's all fucking right here. He talked about them saying that they were embarrassed of him. He did this because he was afraid of the shame that they would feel. You guys. I'm trying to be patient, but I'm not an expert, but it seems really fucking naive to say that that is looking for an excuse or looking for a justification. Am I crazy? He literally was saying he had to kill them so that they wouldn't feel embarrassed after they spent his whole life telling them that they were disappointed of him and ashamed of him whenever he did anything wrong, instead of embracing who he was as a kid, being like, no, you can't do karate, a fucking martial art that teaches you patience and fucking peace, like, and discipline. No, you can't listen to 9 Inch Nails, an outlet for hurt. Like, I'm sorry. To me, it couldn't fucking be clearer. It couldn't be clearer to me that if he did not have these parents, if he had parents that let him express himself and that actually talked to him about the things that he thought, felt, and wanted, that this would have turned out much more differently. But he was fucked up and did horrible things. And I'm sure if I was expelled from school, my parents would have said the same thing. Doesn't mean I'm going to kill them. Right. But your parents weren't saying that to you all your life. And I guess I don't know your life. But his was laid out right in front of us. And I don't know if you missed the beginning of this video or what, but these parents were emotionally neglectful at best, abusive is more likely. Like, they just didn't fucking know how to raise a kid with different needs whatsoever. And so they emotionally lashed out at him in the most fucking passive aggressive way possible by saying that he was an embarrassment. It's just crazy to me to think that that is reaching for a justification. I don't think it is. I 100% believe that if he had parents that were better suited to his needs, he would have had as close to a normal life as possible. I'm gonna, is everybody ready for me to unpause? Excellent, thank you.
In one case, on a Spanish worksheet, Kip had written this: "I will hunt you down and put a hole in your head with explosives. You hear me? Power to the shampoo. Rest in peace, you must die." To which his teacher responded, "I'm concerned?" There was years of proof, from other friends' testimony to Dr. Hicks, and even a social worker who had evaluated Kip after the rock-throwing incident, that stated that Kip had been suffering for years
definitely
with an
plan
untreated
to do
mental
some
illness,
sort of
that he
Ready
had delusions
emote for
around
sure.
what others thought of him, and that he was not in his right mind. However, Kip decided that instead of fighting the charges, he would plead guilty to 4 counts of murder, add 26 counts of attempted murder. At his sentencing hearing, some of the victims who had been shot that day went up to the stand and spoke, urging the judge to give him the maximum sentence possible. They had been made aware that multiple psychologists and professionals had addressed Kip, that they had agreed that he was not competent, but they felt as if Kip was faking in order to avoid responsibility, that the years of evidence showing his mental anguish was faked, and didn't remove him from responsibility. Jennifer Aldridge, who Kip shot in the hand and in the chest, said the following: "Just in case you want to put a name and face with count 9, I am Jennifer Aldridge and you try to murder me. I got to school early that day because it was my boyfriend, Jake Riker's birthday. I sat down at the middle front table with all of my friends and we were joking around and talking about a surprise party for Jake that his mom was throwing for him. Several minutes later, I looked up at the clock to see it was time to go to class. When I stood up to give Jake a hug, the cafeteria side door opened and you walked in. There were strange noises like fireworks, and I thought you were campaigning for class elections like the rest of the popular group you hung out with. Instead, I felt intense heat and pain hit and spasm through my hand. I watched blood splurt and pour out of my 2 fingers as my entire hand throbbed. Nauseated and scared, I tried to scream, but you shot me again, this time through my lung, and blood gurgled out of my mouth. I fell and went in and out of consciousness. The whole time, I had no idea what events took place that day until several days later when I looked up at the TV when I was in the ICU. The paramedics deemed me a lost cause. Todd Ferguson, one of the emergency paramedics, stepped over me and saw I was almost dead. It wasn't until I spit a lifesaver out of my mouth that he finally decided to take a chance on me. It hurt to breathe. My body felt heavy and constrictive. My hand throbbed and pulsated with blood everywhere. I could smell it, I could taste it, and the memory of seeing it still haunts me. I felt so cold and I just wanted to go to sleep, but the paramedics wouldn't let me. A respirator breathed for me for 2 days, and they removed it the 3rd. After a few attempts to wean me off of it, my lungs weren't strong enough, and they would collapse again. My index and middle fingers are now fused in one place. I will have my hand deformed for the rest of my life. In the summer, when I wear a bathing suit or a tank top, people gawk and ask questions about the scars from the bullet holes. 42 staples, 3 chest tubes, and hand scars. I feel as if I have done something to be ashamed of, as if I have done something to deserve the way I look. I had to alter the way I hold a pen to write. Each day at school and work, people look at me questioningly. I want you to know that I am not falling for this poor little mentally sick rich boy. I don't buy the act of you burying your head in the table. I'm not going to feel sorry for you or claim that you were misunderstood. Do you know that everyone felt depressed and as if they were not seen for who they really are in middle school and in their freshman year? I don't buy that excuse. Your parents loved you and supported you, offering you to get help for your depression. You were part of the popular group at school, you were on the football team, and had it made. You had the high school life many of your victims never got the chance to experience. You made the rest of my high school life absolute hell. I became someone other kids avoided because I reminded them of you in the shooting. Other so-called friends tried to use me to get attention. I became this story and no longer a person. I became the object of people's pity, and that
I get
sickens
that this
me.
is a
My name
teenage
became
victim, but this is
and
a
everyone
really
felt compelled to
narcissistic rant.
discuss every gory detail of the shooting and its aftermath with me.
I feel really
felt
bad for
alienated
her.
from everyone.
I feel
Between
really
therapy
bad for
meetings,
her.
doctor
But I
appointments,
think that this girl
surgeries,
is a
and dealing with my own
narcissist.
fear that you will one day try to hurt me again, I am so tired of having all of this ruin my life. I've had to continually deal with the consequences of what you have done. That, to me, sounds as if it is a harsh punishment just for sitting in the cafeteria. The fact that you will spend at least 25 years in jail seems so inconsequential. You killed 2 people in your life who loved you unconditionally. And guess what? Mommy can't kiss it and make it better anymore because you killed her. And not just shot her once, but 6 times maliciously. Daddy isn't able to bail you out of jail anymore. No one can hug you and tell you everything will be okay, because it won't. It won't ever be okay until Mike and Ben can walk and talk with their families again. It won't be okay until my friends' surgeries are done and the scars have miraculously erased.
I do
It won't
feel
ever be
so
okay again
fucking
until
bad
every
for,
memory, every fear,
the
and every
victims, too.
consequence becomes non-existent. And that won't happen
God.
unless you can go back in time.
Listening
I hate
to
you, I
her
hate what you have
explain
done. I hate what I have
the
become because
process.
of you. I hate living in fear each day. I hate seeing my family
That was
falling
awful.
apart. I hate hearing the sound of my mom cry at night. I hate how it has become so difficult just to go up to my dad and crawl in his
Agree,
lap
Sleep
and have
Ninja.
him reassure me. I hate losing my high school friends because the strain of the shootings always seems to come between us. I hate that I can't go back to Thurston to visit without pausing and remembering that I almost died there. I hate that so much of my life for the past year and a half has been devoted to all of
Thurston
this.
was the
I
high
hate how
school, that's
difficult
right.
it is to move on and try to find a moment's peace from my anger. I hope you spend the rest of your life in jail. You can't be cured, and if a medication was found to sedate you enough, I don't trust you to take it. You don't deserve to be in jail. You don't deserve to have the same freedoms your victims have. I never want to worry about you hurting my friends and me ever again. I never want to send my kids off to school one day and worry if you have been released. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of letting you have so much power over me. You shouldn't ever be able to have that much power again. Jacob Riker, who had tackled Kip after being shot, stated this: I'm not going to ask for you to look at me, but I deserve your respect. I demand it. I don't care if you're sick, if you're insane, if you're crazy. I don't care. I think prison, a lifetime in prison, is too good for you. If a dog was to go insane and if a dog got rabid and it bit someone, you destroy it. So I stand here and I ask, why haven't you been destroyed? I question myself for not getting the chance. I question myself for getting to watch my friend die in front of me, having to see him die because I tripped, because I wasn't fast enough to stop you. I wonder why. Why it was that I get out of the hospital when I was trying to recover and I received hate mail. Why it was that internet sites were set up and fan sites for you. Why is it that people are writing and telling me
It's really
how much
fucked
they
up
love
that he had
you and love what you
fan
did?
sites.
And why is it that I had to be the enemy?
Barf.
Why is it that when people look at me, they think I'm weird? They oust me. I don't understand. I don't pretend to understand. I don't think you should go to prison. I think the victims should get to do to you what you did to them. I think that you should have to suffer in the hospital like they did. I think you should have to lie in bed with tubes in you. I think you should have to lie there with no painkillers while they cut open your chest, cut open your lung, and stick a tube in there so they can drain the blood out so you can breathe. I want you to lay there and look at your hand and think if you can keep some of it. I want you to think about the people that have been trying to walk again. You don't deserve to live. You don't deserve to breathe. If I had it my way, 15 minutes, 3 months of discipline, my senior drill instructor told me that I was the most disciplined recruit that he has ever seen. But I can't stand here and look at you without wanting to kill you. Kip, for his part, agreed with the people he had hurt. He never tried to justify or make excuses for what he had done. And instead, he went on to say this at his own sentencing hearing. I have spent days trying to figure out what I want to say. I have crumpled up dozens of pieces of paper and disregarded even more ideas. I have thought about what I could say that might make people feel a little bit better, but I have come to the realization that it really doesn't matter what I say, because there is nothing I can do to take away any of the pain and destruction I have caused. I absolutely loved my parents and had no reason to kill them. I had no reason to dislike, kill, or try to kill
Sleep
anyone
Ninja,
at
it's
Thurston. I
very
have gone back in my
weird.
mind hundreds of times and changed one detail, so this would have never happened. I wish I could. I take full responsibility for my actions. These events have pulled me down into a state
The
of
bikini comment did
deterioration
seem
and
kinda
self-loathing
narcissistic
that I
too.
didn't know existed.
Almost
I'm
her
very sorry
whole-
for everything I have done and for what I have become. The only person other than the multiple psychologists who believe
Like, this
that
guy
Kip
is
was too
not coming
mentally
off
ill to
as
be held responsible for his
narcissistic,
actions
but that
was his
girl
sister,
did.
Kristen.
She
While
came
couldn't
off as
speak at the
very
trial,
narcissistic
she
for
wrote
the
the judge asking
whole
for leniency
statement.
in his sentencing. Dear Judge Madison, I am shaken by how difficult this letter is for me to write. I was told that you may need it to better
I've
understand my
never-
little brother.
yeah.
I wish there was an ideal place to begin, but where does one ones start when the loved one's life is laid across someone else's
she's an
table.
asshole
What keeps me
for,
believing in him and loving him is the fact that he is a good person
being
that came
upset,
from a good home. I feel
obviously.
silly writing that because it seems so
her
contradictory.
anger is
looking at what actually took
validated.
place.
Her
However,
fear
it's
is
the
so,
truth,
so,
and it
so
keeps me
validated,
alive.
but,
I wish
like,
more than anything
she
that
said
you,
a lot
the
of
man
stuff
who decides
that
his fate,
was
could know him like
sussy
I
as
do.
hell.
So the little bit of Kip Kinkle that I know is where I'll begin. Growing up with him was very average. I was the typical big sister, and he seemed like every other little brother I had ever had any contact with.
Yeah,
Only with
she also
hindsight do
talked
I
about
truly
how
see
he had
signs
it
of
made and
someone
was
who was in desperate
popular.
need of help. Different help than any of us know how to give.
Didn't
Kip
we
was a very
learn that he
compassionate
was
person, like
not?
my mother. The norm for him was to put others first. He absolutely loved animals and treated them better than most. He was a people pleaser. He found ways to learn what those around him wanted and made every effort to become it. I believe that is how he dealt with his illness so well and with such subtlety for so long. He was genuinely concerned about the same issues kids his age are,
did not
and
have
unusually
friends,
devoted to
right?
those that meant something extra special to him. When asked about his interests and opinions, he was able to rationally explain his ideas about them in ways far beyond those which someone his age was capable of. He was very likable and had a great sense of humor.
Yeah, I
He
think it
loved
would be
make
naive
people
to
laugh and did it
pretend
well.
that
My mother and
people
I
don't
used to
treat you
say
differently
he would be a
based on how you look.
wonderful
When I
boyfriend
am
because of his
a little bit
sensitivity and
overweight,
devotion
people
to
are
what
way
he
less
loved.
nice to
Kip
me.
had a lot of
Like
potential,
when
and to see
when
that
I'm
die
like fit
absolutely crushes
and
me.
I
That is who I
am
remember
like
Kip to
down
be.
at
And let me
my
tell
like
you about
healthier
who he is
weights.
today. He's extremely bright, and the potential I mentioned
People are
before
way
is still
nicer
there,
to me.
buried
When I'm
inside. He is hurting
underweight,
more than any
people
of us
are
can
very
imagine,
nice
and yet
to me.
is adapting to an extremely unpleasant situation better than most ever could. He is polite and considerate to those that have contact with him. He is realistic about his situation, yet remains hopeful that he
No
will find
idea,
something positive
Azuma.
in it. He does have plans for the future and has discussed with me his ideas of becoming a productive member of society, even from behind bars. All of his hopes and dreams
Yeah,
have
you're
to do
not
with
wrong,
getting an
Sleep Ninja.
education
That's a
and
good
using
point.
it to help people without one. He already has passed the GED with very high scores. I believe what he needs is the hope that he has a chance of achieving these goals. My first visit with him after this happened was at Skipworth and consisted only of crying. It took weeks for him to make eye contact with me and even longer to say something. When he finally did, it was, "I am so sorry." I believe he is aware of the pain he has caused and is just as shocked as the rest of us that he was capable of such horror. We were talking last week about the upcoming hearings and preparing ourselves for the things that we would have to listen to. I told him to do what I would do and just tune out that which you don't want to hear. I told him to go to a
Hi,
safe
Sugar
place in
Mama.
his
How are
memory
you?
and not listen to the victims when they talk because they are angry and going to say things they really don't mean. He stopped me and said, "No, I owe it to them to listen." I shared this story because I think it emphasizes the kind of person Kip was and still is. I think it shows that there really should be no concern for this kind of thing to happen again. I love my brother more than I ever thought possible, and not because he needs me to, but because I need to. It is a difficult concept for an outsider to understand, but it comes from what is inside of us. He will need support, love, medical help, etc. But most of all right now, he needs hope. In 25 years, we will be well into the 21st century. Our society will be very different. The technology and knowledge we will have then is mind-boggling. The advances we will have made in psychological research and medication will amaze us. Kip will be 40. Thank you for your time in reading this. I wanted to speak to you from the heart, and I hope you will forgive the informality of this letter. I realize you have a huge amount of things to consider in this case, and I hope that I haven't sounded like a nagging sister. Thanks again for your attention.
While this prosecution was successful in doing what needed to be done, namely forever protecting society from Mr. Kinkle, in addition to helping our victims feel safe for their lifetimes, there are no winners in this incident.
I was about to say, why is this evidence?
I feel intense anger, but no hatred towards Kipling Kinkle. I don't know the guy. I never will. I'm angry to see all the hate that runs through other people, all the pain. I feel that I got off quite light. I don't have the emotional fear that a lot of people do. I don't fear loud sounds. I don't have nightmares.
In my mind, that this sentence did not end this case today, that it has in fact preserved it for at least a couple more years. And I think that's a disappointment. Should be a disappointment for everybody, not only for Mr. Kinkle, but also for this community and those victims. We needed closure, and I don't think this sentence has given us closure.
After hearing from the victims, Kristen, and Kip himself, the judge sentenced Kip to 111 years in prison without the possibility of parole. And that is where things mostly stayed. That is, until 2021. In 2021, for the first time since being incarcerated, Kip was interviewed by the Huffington Post. He made it a point to reject every interview request and every opportunity that came his way to talk about what he had done, because he thought it could result in his victims being traumatized. After Kip had been sentenced and sent to prison, he was given access to mental health professionals that he wasn't afforded to previously. After he was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, major depression disorder, and PTSD, the professionals around him were able to come up with a treatment plan that suited him, effectively lifting the intense fog that had been in his brain since he could remember. No longer did he have the voices attacking him or the fear of the Chinese invasion. For the first time in his life, he was free. Despite his mental illness being taken care of and treated, he was always aware of why he went to prison. Kip felt and still feels a tremendous amount of guilt around what he had done, to the point to where when he would take part in any prison activity or group, he would decline to take any photos, scared that if they were leaked to the press, it would hurt the victims. He was more than okay with how he was presented in the news and to the public, because he had been the cause of so much harm in their lives. During his time behind bars, Kinkle got his GED, a college degree, has become a certified yoga instructor, and has advocated for criminal justice reform, specifically as it applies to giving minors life sentences. He, however, doesn't advocate for his own behalf, as he has stated that he believes that he deserves the sentence that he was given. Instead, he has argued on behalf of others who are in the same position that he was in, having made a life-altering decision that landed them in prison before they could so much as rent a car. In the interview with the Huffington Post, Kip explained his position eloquently, stating, "I've never done this, I've never done an interview, partly because I feel tremendous shame and guilt for what I did. And there's an element of society that glorifies violence, and I hate the violence that I'm guilty of. I've never wanted to do anything that's going to bring more attention. I have responsibility for the harm that I caused when I was 15, but I also have responsibility for the harm that I am causing now as I'm 38 because of what I did at 15. The interview goes over the campaigning and advocacy that Kip did as it amounts to a bill that was passed in Oregon that would make it so that minors couldn't be charged with life sentences. Kip organized meetings with lawmakers, senators, and various other people in order to speak on behalf of others, the entire time stating that while he will probably never be let out of prison, others deserve the chance. Thank you, Tanya Williams, for recommending this case. If you have a case that you would like us to look into, please leave it in the comments down below. With that, we hope you have a great day, and remember, stay safe.
That was fucking brutal, dude. That was... I had a hard time with that.
Welcome to r/credit by Haunted TTS. Subscribe and like this video for more, and don't forget
we're gonna
to
watch
click that
this
bell
video
button for
before we call it. But
what strange events have gotten swept under the rug like they
yeah,
didn't
after
even
this
happen?
we're gonna go.
Starting last summer, there have been unidentified snipers taking out random cars on different parts of I-10 in New Orleans, and
That was
nothing
the
has
hardest
come
thing
of
I've
it,
seen on your
and
channel. I
nobody's
do
really
appreciate
talking
open
about
discussion.
it.
Yeah, that was
I mean,
tough.
gang and drug violence, neighborhood
There was a
drive-bys,
pretty
and the
rough
occasional
one
bourbon shooting are
from
one thing to ignore,
Morbidology
but interstate
with
snipers,
this like
nobody finds
hell
that
house
interesting.
that
It's still
babies were
happening.
born into and then
From the last time this
neglected
was
to death.
asked,
That one was
Equifax
pretty
lost the
hard
personal
too.
data of almost every single adult in the U.S. This is data we didn't give them permission to access. They simply automatically collected. They are
Barry,
still in
for
business.
working
In
for
September
Olive
of
Garden, I had to take a
2017,
personality
Equifax announced
test.
a data breach that exposed the personal information of 147 million people.
I found it
That's
very,
out of
very
roughly
weird.
210 million adults
Oh,
at that
shit.
time. That's 70% of the adult population whose data was lost. That's more than likely every single household in the US. On November 2nd, the FEC decided that foreign individuals, corporations, and governments can fund ballot measures in the US because they're not technically elections. This is a staggeringly big deal that was pretty much immediately swept under the rug. In my hometown there was some sort of audit and it found that $8 million of taxpayer money was missing. It's a conspiracy now. D.I., rapper, and his wife have serially drugged and raped over 30 victims, according to 30-plus allegations. If you Google T.I. it doesn't even come up unless you specifically search for it. The leader of
did not know
Scientology's
that.
wife vanished after an argument in 2005.
Also, I don't
Nobody
feel like
knows
this
what
was
happened to
swept
her.
under the rug. I feel like
The
that
Mecca
was just
sniper
a
attack. Some
case of
unknown
not
gunmen
guilty
utilizing
by
military
way
tactics
of
attacked a
wealth.
California power substation under cover of night. The attack included cutting targeted telecommunication lines beforehand. As far as I've ever been able to tell, they never figured out who did it or why. Or they did make arrests and the media didn't bother to follow up. Ghislaine Maxwell knew many names, yet no one was publicly mentioned. The Las Vegas shooting. The worst mass shooting in America's history. Dozens dead. Hundreds injured. No one has any idea why this random dude stockpiled weapons and went on a mass murder spree. Or why he ended when he did. We all just collectively went I guess we'll never know, and then forgot about it. The wife of the Church of Scientology leader, David Miscavige, Shelley Miscavige, has not been seen in public since August 2007. She was reported as missing to the police at that time, but they said that she had been found and they closed the case. She has not been seen since. $128 billion went missing
Okay,
in
good
our
night,
country.
Axe Matt.
It
Have
was
a good
talked about
one.
for about 3
We're gonna be
months here.
ending in a couple minutes
Bain
anyway.
sang at a private concert for the Gaddafi family in 2008. The only reason why I know this is because it was a footnote in a sociology book about the power dynamics in government-neglected regions. The Phoenix Lights. My whole immediate family and tons of people on the street we lived on saw the aircraft come overhead. We all stood there speechless and terrified until it passed, then the whole block freaked out. Nobody will ever convince me it was flares. We all saw the outline and structure of the craft clearly. It was so big and slow it was amazing it was staying in the air. My hair still stands on end even thinking about it right now. Several nuclear weapons the US DoD straight up lost. Congress being able to insider trade legally.
Yeah, it wasn't swept
Robinhood
under the
shutting off
rug.
the buy button to stop GameStop's price
That
from
was
climbing.
too rich to
The
be
mysterious
guilty.
circumstances surrounding the death of Casey Kasem, the original voice of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Identifying all the rich men who participated in Jeffrey Epstein's island. The anthrax attack straight after 9/11's. Seemingly unconnected and no one was ever charged, from memory. Largely forgotten. The Phoenix 2015 freeway shooter. The only suspect was clear, and so far no updates. There were reports of copycats or perhaps paranoia, for example small rock hitting window and people mistaking it for a gunshot in other states that year, but those two came and went. Kind of random, but last summer it got to be 50 degrees Celsius in Greater Vancouver, BC, highest recorded temperature in Canada ever, and the next day the city of Lytton burned down. It was a phenomenon called a heat dome. It was really scary, because no one ever thought it could get that hot here, and a ton of people died, because only about 60% of places have AC. It was one of the scariest things I've ever been through. No one talks about it at all anymore, and that is terrifying to me. Man in gimp suit terrorizing villagers. He's back again.
What?
The financial panic of 2008 was triggered by a $550 billion drawdown of money market accounts in the USA about 11 a.m. on Thursday, September 15, 2008. It was an electronic run on the banks. Had they not closed down the money market accounts immediately, the Treasury estimated that by 2 p.m. that afternoon, $5.5 trillion would have been withdrawn, and the entire economy of the United States would have collapsed, and within 24 hours the world economy would have collapsed. Who did the initial $550 billion drawdown? This info was put in the memory hole, and the press does not discuss it. The Wikipedia article Global Financial Crisis in September 2008 has only the following sentence. By the morning of September 18, money market sell orders from institutional investors totaled $0.5 trillion, out of a total market capitalization of $4 trillion, but a $105 billion liquidity injection from the Federal Reserve averted an immediate collapse. 2223. Here are the quoted sources. 22 Gray, Michael. Almost Armageddon. Markets were 500 trades from a meltdown. September 21, 2008 New York Post. 23 House Representative Kanjorski about the $550 billion run on the banks in 2 hours during September 2008. The floods on the east coast of Australia super recently, we experienced 1,000 milliliters of rain in less than a day, whole towns have been wiped out, there are landslides and people are still missing. There are no supplies, no food, no fuel, no electricity and no water. They are still finding bodies, and there are still people stranded on cliff faces and mountains that could collapse any minute. If you drive through Lismore NSW right now, everyone's belongings are all in piles larger than the houses on the street. There is sewage and toxic waste covering thousands of square meters. Civilians have had to rescue people from bridges, off roofs and off mountains, risking their lives, while suffering their losses to save others that are in a worse position. Thousands of civilians have been donating their own money, time and resources to help those in need. Our government has done nothing and is shadow banning anyone speaking out on social media. The newspapers aren't covering it, even though this is the worst natural disaster Australia has experienced in decades. Deaths are going unreported and the media is not covering anything. People have been screaming for the army and other qualified professionals to help. They have been begging to declare a state of emergency. It's taken 6 days for our Prime Minister to speak on this, and today he posted on Instagram some very staged images
individual
of the military
hairs of
helping.
mine.
These photos show the army in clean clothes, pretending to do tasks and pretending to help.
Into
the army was literally
the
instructed
scarf,
to go down there,
so
get
whoever
some
buys
pictures and
these,
leave. People literally have been
expect
taking
cat
photos of
hair
them getting
and
photos done with ring
doxy
lights and other
hair.
professional lighting equipment. When civilians asked for their help they said that's not our duty and went back to scrolling on their phones. It's a disgusting response from our government and probably the most blatant sweep under the rug I've ever seen. Boris Johnson lockdown parties, he was on the verge of being forced out of office and then, oh there's a war now we've got other stuff to worry about. Guards in a prison melted a mentally disabled prisoner's skin off with hot water. Darren Rainey.
I remember
Ghislaine
that.
Maxwell's trial where she got convicted of selling children to Nobody seemed to remember Ukrainian passenger flight being shot down by Iranian government last year. Random scary clowns in like 2016. The metric SHT ton of COVID relief money that was given to companies that was misappropriated and will never be paid back and is only marginally being investigated. So it's all on the US taxpayers.
Yeah.
The Apollo 10 turd. It's been half a century and nobody has owned up to the floating turd on Apollo 10. Donald Rumsfeld announcing that the Pentagon had lost $2.3 trillion the night before 9/11. The fire at the JFK Museum Records wing during the Boston bombings. Anyone remember the rumors of Kim Jong-un being ill? Mecca sniper attack. On a random day in 2013, somebody in California decided
Was that
to go
even real?
underground
It
and cut
was
phone
real. I
lines.
don't think
30
anything
minutes
ever
later,
really happened with
professional
it.
snipers sprayed the
as far
Mecca
as I
power
know.
substation for
Like
20
just
minutes.
some
They severely
people
damaged all
decided
transformers
to.
and cost the
It,
company
it felt
$15
like
million.
everybody
Literally
doing a
minute before the police
copycat of
arrived,
one
the
person
snipers
that got
began
media
fleeing.
attention
How
thing.
did they get in?
So
Why
like
were they so emboldened to shoot for 20
it was
darn
like
minutes?
it was like
What were their
copycat
motivations? And why run away right
viral
before the police
anonymous
car arrived?
fame.
To this day,
You know
no
what
one
I
knows who
mean?
these guys are. No fingerprints were found. We tend to take things like infrastructure for granted, and it's events like this that make me feel queasy, because the perpetrators got off scot-free and probably paved the path for future copycats around the country. There's a mysterious neurodegenerative disorder identified in 2019 that is only found within New Brunswick. It has symptoms similar to Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease or mad cow disease, but it isn't caused by prions. They have no idea what causes it. So far, almost 50 people have the disease and 6 have died. The youngest affected was only 18. The provincial government is pushing back on research efforts and transparency and have essentially cut aid from federal and international investigation efforts.
There's no way
Since
that's
then,
true.
they've started discrediting patients and their families.
What?
The hell destroyed the Epstein camera tapes. Shooting down of MH17 in 2014. To me it seems like nobody gave a SHT after first few weeks. Nobody took responsibility for it, everyone moved on like nothing happened. Washington NFL football team running a forced prostitution ring with their cheerleaders.
What?
Ghislaine Maxwell trial. The New York District Attorney, Alvin Bragg, no longer charges armed robbery as a felony. It's now misdemeanor petite larceny, meaning that an armed robber won't even lose his right to carry a weapon if he gets caught and convicted. I feel like everyone in New Zealand has just forgotten that the laser kiwi flag existed. I am pretty surprised how no one really reacted when the Navy and Pentagon said UFOs were real and we don't know what they are or have anything that can really match and fight them. Not saying it's aliens, and UAP instead of UFO. The Saudis murdered a Washington Post journalist and nothing happened. I saw a news report about people attacking and eating people like they were zombies. 12 hours later, nothing about it, not even a retraction. This was about 12 years ago. I just figured
I remember
they fixed
that with the
zombies
bath
really
salts
fast.
and stuff. I remember
Members
that.
of the Saudi Arabian royal family funded the 9/11 suicide squads, but the oil was worth more than an invasion. Barry Webb and his investigations into the crack epidemic.
Bath salt zombies?
The
I
MLK's
super
family
remember
getting a
that.
conspiracy trial in the 90s that found James Earl Ray not guilty of the killing, and the high likelihood of a conspiracy to kill King involving elements of the Memphis police, organized crime, federal law enforcement, and army intelligence. Every single major news event that's more than a few weeks old, the media only care about the latest headlines to grab attention.
Yeah, this is why I just never
Ever heard of
believe
number
anything
breed
on
with the
Reddit
girls?
ever.
Of course you have. What you likely haven't heard
I
of
always
is Boko
take it
Haram
with a
killing
grain of
ad
salt.
kidnapping all of those boys. Over 10,000 boys were killed and kidnapped. The kidnapped were forced to be soldiers. And only the local newspapers for the villages affected would cover the story. They noticed this and moved on to kidnapping, but not killing, just under 300 girls who they were previously letting go free during their gendered terrorism. The world erupted in solidarity. Bring back our girls, celebrities, politicians, mainstream media, and activists shouted. But despite the girls being taken in the same attacks as the boys were being kidnapped and killed, the coverage and support was entirely on the girls. The very few people, mostly YouTubers, who even mentioned the boys were called misogynists for not focusing on the girls. Boko Haram killing and kidnapping over 10,000 boys, roughly 98% of the total victims, was completely swept under the rug. I personally use this as an example of the gendered empathy gap. That the number of female victims only has to be roughly 2% to completely overshadow male victims. It's bad to use such a tragedy to make a point, but it is such a perfect example.
This is some
The
MRA
invasion of
shit.
the murder hornets was an alarming storyline in 2020 that just never went anywhere. I think the Canadian government hiding the fact there's thousands of missing children with no trace. Some children actually burned inside furnaces. They actually burned tons of the paperwork to hide it. They occasionally find massive unmarked graves than nothing. 6 U.S. senators traveled to Moscow over 4th of July holiday 2018, among them Ron Johnson. No clear explanation for the purpose of this trip. Press didn't dig too deep into it.
Yuck.
Everyone dying from vaping, then stopping dying from vaping. Panama Papers came out, and the only thing that happened is that the journalist got suicided with a bomb in her car. Thank you for your service, Daphne Galizia. The Chicago police running a clandestine Black Ops prison.
That
People
is
held
the
with no
biggest
access
bummer
to
of
legal
all
counsel
time.
or trial.
That's the
The
biggest
story
bummer
broke,
of all
and
time that the
nothing more
Panama
came of it.
Papers came out and
48 hours
the
ago, dozens
journalist
of people were
responsible
killed in a
for it
stadium in Mexico.
literally
Yet the
was
media
murdered
refuses
by
to
car
talk about
bomb.
death tolls.
And
When I was in public school, there was a year-low NG
she died for
fundraiser
nothing.
pushed to raise $75,000
Nothing, like,
for a new
nobody
school
is-
running track. Was supposed to be really nice paid
Nobody is
track.
paying for their
By the end of the school
transgressions.
year, they announced
Nobody.
that they had met the funding goal and the track was going to be built.
That
the next year
shit
we came back and the school
is
said that they were fundraising
one of the biggest
$40,000 for the new
injustices
school track, which would be unpaved gravel.
Fuck
When I
it
started
ever.
asking where the other money went, they kept brushing me off like that never happened. I felt like I was taking crazy pills because all the other kids remembered that we had raised $75,000 for an amazing track, but now it was like the money vanished. None of the other kids really cared that much, but there was something really fishy going on. We got the track, and it was shit. The paperwork indicating that trillions of dollars was discovered missing on 9/10/01. This paperwork was in the Pentagon where it was struck. The Panama Papers. Jeffrey Epstein's Lolita airline. Epstein had to jump through like 3 tiers of coincidence to commit suicide the way he did. Either he was coerced into actual suicide and told when the guards were going on break and when the CCTV would go out randomly, or we are supposed to assume the former. I still don't buy it.
Oh, is that the end? All right, everybody. This was a brutal stream. I'm really sorry that it was so hard.
to
It was
our
a
Slack.
really fucking hard one. We will be back tomorrow. We will get going with day 2 of the Halderson trial. And then on Friday, we're going to do a subathon, and I'm going to start, like, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to have coffee, I'm going to, like, do my shit shower, shave, whatever, and then I'm going to go live, and we're going to do a subathon. I haven't decided exactly how long it will be for, like, if there's a cap on it. or like how the adding time to it and stuff works. But we will do something fun. I promise. It will be a fun time. And hopefully we will hit our yarn and stuff goal up here. And then we'll be able to do a fun shopping stream of like crochet goods. Crochet tool shopping. All right. So a couple of quick shills. Yes, subathon on Friday. Patreon will be launching also on Friday morning. And I am in the middle of editing content for my YouTube channel. Please, if you want to see some edited content, I would love if you would check out the YouTube channel. I would love if you guys would join the Discord. I've been hanging out a lot more often in there. It's been a super, super good time just chit-chatting with everybody in there. And also I've been including people on choices that I've made. If they like bother coming to the Discord, I feel like they probably, you know, have the right to make some of the decisions about what, really nobody has the right to make any decisions except for me. I don't know. I'm an idiot. Don't ever listen to me. I'll see you tomorrow.